Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We're here to bring you some updates about the Venezuela earthquakes. Seeing a live shot right now from Caracas as the search and rescue operation continues. And also, we're going to have updates about some other stories here. So I appreciate you being with us. You know what? Give me a second here. I need to pull up something so I can see the chat. Give me a okay. So the death toll has risen to 920 people. And I would assume, sadly, that is going to go higher. That is in Caracas, the video you're looking at right now. And going to be talking about other locations in Venezuela as well. And again, talking about some other stories as well. Also, some international rescuers and resources have started arriving in Venezuela. Christy says, my goodness, the number. I think yesterday when we got off the air, it was probably, I think, around 160 something or 170. But it's not good. Let me also check if I have from earlier today. I don't know if I have anything from La Guaira from earlier. That I have to check. Yesterday I had a video from La Guaira. Why can I not see this? Hang on. I think I have something possibly here. Caracas. Well, I don't know if there's anything from there. It's very concerning. I mean, La Guaira is the worst hit region, and I haven't even seen that much from there. We saw a concerning video yesterday from La Guaira. Yeah, I don't think they have anything up on AFP about it. The only view I have available right now is of this scene. If I get another one, I'll let you know. But this scene, I believe, is the only one I have right now. I think I have two views of just this scene, but I'm going to stay with this one. But we may get another one at some point. I might show you some footage from a little earlier today, too. And we're now almost 40, I mean, we're probably about 45 hours, roughly, about 45 hours since these earthquakes hit. Cliff says it's horrific. Oh, I'm going to show you some stuff. I have some pictures of satellite images as well. I'm going to show you. I have some photos and videos to show you as well. Barbara says my heart goes out to all of them. I do want to say a quick thanks to our, I mean, just when you see this, that looks like another just pancaked building. Doesn't that look like different levels of the building just pancaked? I don't know for sure, but that's what it looks like to me. Is this the same or different? Hold on. I don't know if I have I might have access to a different. No, the other, both cameras that I would have access to right now are on the same scene. Give me a moment here. Fire Captain says, yes, that is a pancaked structure. Hang on one second here. What I'm going to do in a moment is, well, in a little bit, we'll take a look at some other video I have. Here is, oh, I'm sorry. I know what I did wrong. I want to thank the rest of our mods too. Just give me a moment here. Give me one moment. Let's try this. Okay. I'm getting, oh, I have some videos here too. Okay, good. I got everything here. Reuters says the government estimated that hundreds of people were still trapped and missing. But a website that has reports of people missing has over 50,000 reports on it, I believe. Now, again, it's not, I don't know how accurate that count would be in terms of missing. There could, for example, be duplicates on that website. That's the website Desaparecidos Terremoto Venezuela.com. Yeah, so I'll show you that in a second. Hey, really quick, let me just thank our moderators here. We have moderating Beth Mythical and Leslie Ladyhawk over on YouTube. Thank you. Also, we have moderating right now. Pull it up here. Oops, you know what I have to do? I need 2 seconds. I'm going to disappear for 2 seconds. Hold on. Sorry about that. Give me one moment here. I realized I hadn't done something. Sorry, I gotta do one more thing here. Sorry, I gotta do one more thing. Over on Twitch, we have moderating right now Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Surly Dev. Thanks for moderating over there. Hang on a moment here. Just now I have to do this. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha, moderate for us on X. I'll get to Facebook in a second. I'll have to check up on the Aftershock. Somebody asked about Aftershocks. Why is this not working right? Why is this not working right like it should? Having a bit of a Facebook issue. Let me do it this way. Hang on, I just have to get logged into Facebook here so I can see the Facebook chat. I think I'm logged in. I hope. Finally, I can finally see on Facebook now. Wonderful. Andrea Holder and Kay Lowry Body are moderating over on Facebook. Thank you. I was going to show you guys here. So this is this website called, This is this website that's been widely used in Venezuela to report people missing. It says reconnect to each family, or we reconnect each family. You know what? I'll translate it here for you. Ooh, I know what I have to do. Hold on. You know what I have to do? Hold on. I have to do one thing quickly. So I'll go back to this for a second. Forgot about that. Here it is. Okay, so this is, let's go back to this here. By the way, that guy is It's like trying to, you can see the painstaking work here. So you can see this is missing earthquake Venezuela. Although it doesn't mean that the earthquake is missing. What it means is give me a second here. Yeah, I mean, it's not saying the earthquake is missing. It's saying missing, basically missing people from Venezuela earthquake. They say, let's reconnect every family. You can report people missing here at this website. And you can see that right now there are 61,300 people who have been reported and 9,500 or so who have been located, which means there are, at least on the website, this I don't consider this like an official number because there might be duplicates. Who knows? There could be some problems with some of the posts. But there are 51,792 posts about missing people on the website where they haven't said that they found the person. And if you go to the site, you can just look at all these different posts. It's terrible. And they'll say things like tall, clear eyes, bald, where they were last seen, you know. Build long hair. There'll be posters of people. It's terrible, like Caribbean residences. I'm going to post a link to this site in the chat so you can look at it if you want, but it's terrible. And there's, looks like that pancaking there. I translated the site. It is in Spanish, and I used a translator to translate it for you. Oh, what's happening here? Now what is happening? Joey says, remember, infrastructure was damaged. Todd says, the huge scale of destruction is hard to imagine. I'm going to show you some photos and videos. You know, again, I'm really surprised at this point. I thought at this point, given all of the world interest in everything, that, and the fact that La Guaira is the most damaged region, I thought we would be seeing live streams from La Guaira. There was one yesterday from AFP for about 40 minutes, and I actually showed you that after the fact. But I'm just not seeing much from there, and I know that's the most devastated place. So I'm concerned that maybe the reason you're not seeing much from there is just things are so bad there. Now, 30 Days thinks it's because Venezuela doesn't want journalists in. That's an interesting theory. I don't know. I mean, it might just be I don't think a lot of people are flying to Venezuela and then going to La Guaira. But the infrastructure is obviously it might just be very tough to get in there. And I don't know if there's any internet working there. Rita says limited access to electricity too. Give me 1 second here. One moment. Will Trump help? Some American help has already started showing up along with a bunch of other countries. By the way, I mean, there obviously could be people in that mound. I would be shocked if anyone was alive. Well, I don't know if I'd be. It would be miraculous if somebody was still alive in there. But I mean, there's only so fast they can go with something like that. How many missing? It's just unclear. It's really unclear how many are missing. There's that one website where people can post somebody missing, which has over 50,000 people on it. But I don't know. You know, for all I know, if there was experts in figuring out how many people are missing, they would look at the website and they'd say, well, half of them are duplicates or something. So I can't really rely on that as an authoritative answer. But there's over 50,000, entries on that website where people are reporting people missing that have not been found. But I just don't have a good sense of it. I don't know if anyone has a good sense of it. I don't know if their government has a good sense of it. By the way, a quick thank you to JD63, JD63 and Bear Mom and Flower Cat and Trying Times and Debbie James and Trident One and I Am Charlie and Harper Ann and Renee Lorraine and Melody J. And Meat Missile and Emilio 1213. Uh, Reuters says that the president, the acting president, Deli Rodriguez, has pledged a massive deployment of assistance. Oops. Oh, did they lose their feed? I might have to switch to another feed. Let's see. Hold on. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. No, it looks like their feed froze for a second. No, I'm going to have to switch feeds. I'm going to have to switch feeds. Please bear with me, guys. Bear with me. Get the AP feed. I need a minute to get that up on the screen for you guys. So just hang on a moment and I will get that up on the screen. Oh, Deli Rodriguez pledged a massive deployment of assistance. Yet Reuters says, yet help was overall patchy today, with authorities like firefighters, police, civil protection, and the military on the streets in some places, but absent or minimally present in other places. We were watching a video from Guaira yesterday where we barely saw any kind of rescue workers in an area where there were multiple buildings collapsed. All right, I am putting on the screen for you the AP feed now, hopefully. Yes, here it is. We're back. AP said lawyer Ricardo Trias, 73, was trying to obtain a death certificate for his godson, whose body was pulled from the rubble of his building in the town of Caracas on Thursday night, and the body remains at the site covered with a green cloth. We want them to give us the body. We can't take it, and here it will rot, he said. No forensic authority has come.
No, que ellos hagan su... Pero mira lo que... Es lo que tenemos que hacer. Ellos
mira, allá, pues allá. Esos carros hay que moverlos.
Todos queremos colaborar, todos queremos ayudar.
Esos carros.
Un momentito. Esto es una área que está restringida ahorita, ¿me entiendes?
Es que nosotros tenemos aquí horas todo el día y ahorita que estamos en vivo y todo.
Bueno, pero tenemos que...
No, pero es que no.
Aquí ya tenemos 3 días aquí.
Claro, pero nosotros también, digamos primero que todo.
Queremos que todos colaboren, pues, ¿me entiendes?
Sí, ayúdenos más bien a mover la
gente. No, pero es que...
No hay problema.
Por lo menos todos estos vehículos hay que movilizar.
Hermanito, no nos han echado el trabajo, que estamos trabajando, no están haciendo nada los chavos.
Escúcheme. Van a hacer una maniobra aquí.
Claro, claro.
Necesitamos que movilicen la área hacia allá.
Claro, un momentico, claro. Pero...
Claro.
Ok, no.
Incluso esta área la vamos hasta barrer. Tenemos que movilizar todo
claro,
esto.
Claro.
¿Sabes quién te la quita? Los vamos. Los sacamos.
Claro, Marco, colaboramos un poco. Ustedes nos ayuden o todos ayudan.
Mira, es que está allá.
Did they just, I don't know, did they just put up like a police line, or was that already up there and we just didn't see it? I don't know. Might have been already up there.
toma un poquito más hacia acá. Están los 400.
Neo says it was already up there, so the camera was just zoomed in if that's the case. My Spanish isn't great. I was trying to make out what they were saying. I could pick out certain words, but I couldn't really make out what was going on. Real J. Don't Tom thinks they're keeping family members back. I don't know if that's the case. Dafim says they were asking for some cooperation. They all need to mobilize, something about moving some cars. Well, the camera just moved. The camera leaving? I don't know what's happening. Maybe the camera had to reposition. Oh, I don't know. Did they make the camera back up? Is that what happened? Looks like they made the camera move. Right? You know, something I don't know. One of the viewers mentioned something that the viewer thought that the government was restricting where the press can go. Something I don't know, because I did notice both yesterday and today, most of the press shots I've seen are at the same locations. I don't know if media is allowed to go to whatever collapsed building they want and set up a camera and record it. Yesterday, AP, Reuters, and AFP were all at the same site yesterday, and they had a bunch of heavy equipment at this site. And something I said yesterday was like, well, I don't know if they have heavy equipment like that at every site. So I don't know if the government is mandating that they only shoot the live video at certain sites. It's a very good question. You know, maybe they might not want lives coming out from a site where there's no rescuers. We were looking at a site, again, there was a live stream from La Guaira for 40 minutes yesterday. I'll try to show you some of that again today. And there were not many rescue workers there. But it went down after 40 minutes, and then there was no more live stream from La Guaira the rest of the day. So I wonder if the government doesn't want them live streaming from there. What I'm going to do is I will try to get that video from yesterday so we can watch some of that again today. That's like the only long video I've seen from La Guaira, which is the worst hit area. Hang on. This was it. I got it. I'm getting this from I'm pulling this up from yesterday. Oh. That's weird. So I think they might have pulled it down after I downloaded it. I should have it from yesterday, though. What's going on with that? That's very... Oh, here it is. I'm sorry. I think I have it. Yes, that one I can download. Okay, I don't think they did. They did not pull it down. Okay. So we can look at that in a little bit. Now, Bezro says media is controlled, the media, visitors, citizens, all strictly controlled for decades. So certainly, I was reading you stuff about this yesterday, that Venezuela is known for having very little press freedom. I don't know that things have changed at all since Maduro was taken in, was arrested by the U.S. and taken to the U.S. I don't know if things have changed at all since then. The rest of the regime is still in power. When was that? When was the arrest? He was captured in January by the U.S. Whatever happened to Maduro? I believe there's supposed to be a trial at some point. My Florida thinks the new president is worse. Darcy says they're working on the building next to this as well. That's what Darcy believes. You mean over on the left here? Looks like some damage here. Michelle Batten says, I had a feeling the death toll would go up. Oh, they're moving stuff, a bunch of things. Neo says their cameras can zoom in super far. They will be fine over in that position. Our viewer, Seba, thank you, Seba, mentioned a report of the U.S. personnel arriving in Venezuela. Yeah, I mean, CNW, who I follow, had a video of some U.S. search and rescue personnel arriving in Maracay, Venezuela, in this afternoon. Hang on. Maracay is in the north of the country, just to show you here. There's Caracas here. There's La Guaira is up here. And Maracay is here. So that's not very far from from if they're going to Caracas or La Guaira state. Yeah, the Times UK also had a photo by Stephen Gibbs of, is he a photographer? No, Stephen Gibbs of the Times UK also said that U.S. urban search and rescue team, one of them has arrived in Venezuela. Sadly, though, it's just, with the timing here, it takes a while to get for these teams to get to Venezuela and to get to where they need to go. And we're already at this point about, 45 hours after the earthquakes. So hopefully they can save some people, but it's already been, almost 48 hours. Abby Amazon said there are a lot of reports on X that the government is blocking volunteers and aid coming in today for the purpose of regaining control, especially in La Guaira. Now, I can't confirm that. I just don't know. I'll look out for more reports. Thank you, Abby Amazon. I appreciate it. And I am Charlie as well. And CAC 813. Also our member, Mika Chan. But hold on. Yeah, at a certain point, it's just a couple days after this earthquake, given the international interest in it, and given what a huge, these earthquakes, what a huge, how much devastation there is, and how much damage there is, at a certain point, you would just, I'm feeling like you would expect to see a bigger range of video coming out of there. And I again, it just makes me wonder if the media is being restricted from what they can cover. It's just strange to me that for 2 days now, a bunch of the major media companies, they've basically been showing the same site where you just happen to have a lot of people working there and a bunch of heavy machinery. Is it just so happens that they just happen to be showing the places with the heavy machinery? So you get a little suspicious after a while. I mean, we know even in Caracas, there's multiple locations, but that where buildings have collapsed. But the coverage has been limited. And, in La Guaira, there was one live stream from AFP for 40 minutes yesterday in the morning, and I haven't seen one since. And on that one, there was nobody searching. There were multiple buildings destroyed and nobody searching. The first night, when it actually happened, right after it happened, I remember you had, who was it? Was it AFP or Reuters? I think it was AFP. And they were just going from one place to another. Like the camera literally was at one building and then left and then walked over to another building where there was no media. And they were just showing the recovery operation at that other building where there didn't appear to be any other media. And that building, that was the only time I saw that building. And it looked terrible. It was awful. And then, since then, I have not seen video of like live journalists, going from place to place. Our viewer points out there's a person on the balcony. Sinful points out there's a person on the balcony seeming to be just watching the whole thing. Probably just a resident. Give me a moment here. Let's take a second. Why don't we take a second and look at some of the Reuters posted some videos today, which I wanted to show you. Give me a moment here. Let me show you a couple of those. So the story is Venezuelans race to find survivors. Foreign rescuers join search as frustration mounts. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up here. Oops. I don't even know what these videos are. I'm going to just try a couple of these videos and see what they are. What's this one? Go with the article. Oh, satellite. Okay. Venezuela quake satellite from La Guaira. What's this? Now, okay, so this is satellite of La Guaira. I'm going to just, I don't know what we're looking at here. It's kind of hard. I can't, oh, I can zoom in a bit. Okay. Now, but it still might be hard to, might be hard to see. I can't, it's not a photograph, so I can't like go zoom way in. So this one, it's kind of tough because we're so far away that I can't. Let me just keep going here and see what else is here. Okay, that's better. That's better. So this gives us a better picture of what's happening there. So this is La Guaira. And what you can see, for example, is that looks like it's destroyed. That there's destruction there. Looks like there. I mean, it's hard. Again, if it were a photo, I'm going to try to find a photo so I can really zoom in. But just as an example here, in La Guaira, that looks like it's destroyed there. Under here looks like it's destroyed. That looks like it's destroyed. And a bunch of the stuff I can't tell. Like that looks like it's destroyed. And some of these things that look like they're standing, if you're actually close up, you might say, oh, that's just totally devastated that building. Oh, one of the viewers thought it was a before and after picture. Maybe it is before and after. You might be right. I'm not sure. Yeah, because that building there, you can see that in this photo here. Anyways, let me keep going. Ah, this is more close up. Look at this. Wow, okay. So that's a destroyed building. That's a destroyed building. That's a destroyed building. At least part of a building destroyed. That looks like destruction. There. I mean, and then again, there's there. There's other buildings which just could be destroyed, which we can't really see. Down in the lower left corner, kind of see through there. Again, that is La Guaira satellite photos. This must be a before and after here. Yes. Okay, before and after. What can we see here? I don't know. What are we looking at here? Oh, are these gone? Look at these big buildings here. These two big buildings, are they gone or is it just a different angle? Oh no, that's the after picture. Oh, I see. So this angle is like from down. That's the two big buildings, but you can't see. The angle is straight down there. So that's where I got confused. So those are the two big buildings, and they're still there. I'm a little confused here. They're still there. Oh, these buildings here. So like those two buildings there, those look like they're gone. All right, hold on. This is a before and after too from La Guaira. So all of this is, look at this, all these buildings here. See these buildings here? I don't know how tall these are, but those are just rubble now. And then again, my guess is that if you were on the ground, you would just see a lot of catastrophic damage that's hard to see in these shots. Like if you look over here, and then you look here, you see how there's just big destruction here. Yeah, this is a slightly different angle. Kind of hard to see here. Okay, so look at this. Look at this one. See this building here on the right? Now look at it. In here. Oh, and over here, look at these two buildings on the left. Look at these two buildings on the left right here. Gone. Wow. Terrible. Oh, this one as well. This one gone too. This one's gone too. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And all of these. And the top of this too. One of the viewers says these are like 20 stories. Yeah, those are pretty tall buildings, and now they're almost all pancaked. Yeah, as one of our viewers was saying before, it was a holiday that day, national holiday, so people had not gone to work for the most part. And this one was a big building up here, and it's just gone. This one too. I mean, it's crazy. Oh, look at this. Now look at this. See, look at this one. Gone. Gone. This whole thing is gone. And then whatever was here. And how about these? This one here. Gone. That big one is pretty much gone. This one here. Gone. This here, gone. So this is La Guaira. I think this might have been the one that there's a picture, there's a video clip shot out a window where you can see. I think this one. But I mean, look at this. That has to be probably about maybe 20 stories. All this in here. Look at this. See this here? Gone. Wow. Unbelievable. And then this looks like it's kind of gutted, this one. Looks like there's a bunch. Well, I don't know for sure. But some of these buildings, we saw this yesterday. When you actually see them up close, you realize they have a ton of damage on the inside. And here is so this is an example of buildings that are still standing, right? But I don't know what they're like on the inside. Clearly a ton of damage to these buildings, even though they're still technically standing. I get these pictures from Reuters. This is part of what I pay them for. So these are not from a news story that I just pulled off the web. And then here we saw this. So this is very interesting here. We saw this yesterday. Oh, I don't know if I was able to show this to you yesterday. So this is direct overhead shot. Now, this is not direct overhead. So, but if you look, you see a bunch of these buildings are tilted. So that one right there looks like it's tilted on its side. That one is tilted on its side. Looks like these are a bit tilted here. That looks like it's tilted right there. So a number of these buildings look like they're tilted on their sides. I mean, the roof, I think the roofs slope naturally, but like, I mean, look it up here. You can see they're just not straight up and down a lot of these buildings anymore. This one right here is on its side. JD63, it says a hospital ship or two won't put a dent in this. I mean, hopefully, with lots of countries sending stuff, the resources, it can help some, but there's obviously so many people impacted by this. But look at a lot of these houses, a lot of these buildings are leaning now. Right down here, these two. And these look to be about 3-4 story buildings. Yeah, so that's just, I mean, this is just an example. Just an example about of the damage there. Let me show, I have some more video here from Reuters. Let's see what else I have here. This is from, it's quake aftermath. Oh, this looks like it might have been a video taken right after the quake. Oh, you can see there's a credit up there. Jeremiah Slosher via Instagram, it says. This is from Reuters. From the article I showed you. Oh, hold on. Now this video is eyewitness video from Caracas showed the moment of the earthquake with windows from buildings shattering and people running out of a compound. But I think right at the end, do you see? Yeah, it looks like, see isn't that a building? Is that a building that's been tipped over or something right there? That's like right when it happened. Again, this is via Reuters. It's from, it says Jeremiah Slosher. Now, again, it looks like that's a building that's been damaged right after the earthquake. Hard to see, though. I might be wrong. Some of our viewers are saying the dust reminds them of 9/11. Now, there's another video I have. Oh, here, look. Also from Reuters. It says satellite photos show the extent of tremor damage to the coastal city of La Guaira. We were just looking at the satellite stuff. I'll turn the music down. So I showed you, I mean, we looked at this before and I showed you this building here, which became this on the right. And then these buildings here on the left became this on the right. I haven't seen any live cameras at these locations. And then, yeah, like this building, these two buildings, these two big buildings here, just, gone. Yeah, then this building's here, sorry. This is like stuff we were looking at the photos before. That's gone. And then, yeah, this tall building here, leveled. This is all La Guaira. This building here, missing now. Yeah, look at this. This building here, just leveled. So many. It's unbelievable. Then there's a photo they posted. In La Guaira, there's this one. Where's the photo here? Yeah, so this is an example. This is a building in La Guaira. Now, if you look at it on a satellite shot, it probably looks like it's standing. But, I mean, it looks to me like it's crooked now. Yeah, I mean, look at the middle. So, I'm not a structural engineer. I'm assuming there's a decent chance this building has to come down now. I don't know. I have to imagine there's a decent chance it's not safe anymore. But, if you look at this on the satellite, you might think there's nothing wrong with it. Yeah, literally, it's not connected in here anymore. Right? So how many buildings are there like you can't see this unless you're more close up. So how many buildings are there like this where on the satellite it looks like, oh, that's still standing, but you look close up and you're like, well, that's never gonna, people can't live there anymore. Ghost Orb says all of them. It could be a lot of them. And you can see here, I mean, if you zoom in, you see a lot of the damage in the actual units here, right? And then this down here looks like another building, maybe. I don't know if it was a parking garage or something. It could be a whole other building. It looks like the roof of a building here. Are there missing Americans? I don't know. I don't know about missing. I mean, obviously there's many missing Venezuelans. I don't know about people from other countries. Is there looting going on? I can't tell you. I haven't heard about it, but I don't know that we really have a good grasp of what's going on there. Here's another picture. Let's see here. Man on top of rubble. Get back here. Where is this picture from? This is a man with a backpack. This is La Guaira, I believe. Yeah, this is La Guaira. Look at this picture. Look at this picture. Wow. Yeah, you see like this building over here on the right. It's still standing, but extensive damage. This building is technically still standing. My guess is that nobody can live in that building anymore. So again, on the satellite, you might think, oh, that building's still standing, but look at it now. You know? But look at these. Look at the cars, and that looks like a building that's just collapsed. Air conditioner unit, another air conditioner unit, some windows. I don't know if that's a sink. Mattresses, a lot of mattresses, you know. Mikey says these buildings will need to be condemned and taken down. Yeah, so this is why I say I don't think that we have a great grasp of just how bad things are. I think if you had, now there are various reasons they might not be, but if you had media on the ground in La Guaira going around with cameras, you would have a better idea of how bad things are there. Oh, look at over here. Look back here. That's a building on its side. Another building on its side. I mean, these are these pictures where you look at them and you actually get the details and you're like, oh my gosh. So that building's on its side. That building's on its side. This is crazy. There's a, we told you there's a building right there. This building over here, right? One after the other. Building over here. I mean, this is like how many buildings just in this one picture? Just in this one picture. It's like the more you look, the more you see, the more damage you see. I mean, obviously, this is a destroyed building over here, too. Pancaked. Just pancaked. Also, I mean, I don't really see any rescue people here. There's a few, but this does, I mean, I don't know if this guy is with the government or just a guy with a helmet. I certainly do not see much of an organized rescue operation in this photo, which is in the middle of the day, right? I mean, it looks like a bunch of civilians. And how many buildings are in this shot? Hugh J says, definitely, and more you look, the worse it gets visual. So this is just crazy. I mean, when you really get into the details here. So the last couple days, the major media outlets who have cameras there, they're showing this stuff, and I'm wondering if they're forced to be in it. Because yesterday, a bunch of the cameras were at a scene with all this machinery, and today they're at this scene. I think all of them, Reuters, AFP, and AP, I think have all been at this scene, at least two of them, where there just so happened to be all this machinery. Well, a lot of the country is not like, a lot of the damaged places are not like that. Yeah, She-Ash says not enough workers for every building. I mean, I'm sure they're just overwhelmed there. I'm sure they were not prepared for this many buildings to collapse. But this shot is just unbelievable. I mean, when you really look at it, it's just all of these buildings just collapsed. This one, this one, this one. This building looks like just destroyed over here. This building, in essence, is just destroyed. This one, that building's on its side. I don't even know about, look at this building here. See the pink building? Look, a bunch of the side is missing. So who knows what that's like. But this building is on its side. This building, it's on its side. Over here, this is actually, I don't even know if we looked at this one yet. There's a whole other building on its side right here. Okie Girl says, unbelievable when you zoom in, looks like a war zone. Crazy. Just one picture. So this is just devastation. And then the details you can see just clothes. There's roller blades, right? It's just a lot of domestic stuff, clothes. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So the official death toll right now is 920, but, you know, it is expected to rise. I don't know how high it's going to go. I'll see if I can get you any other. Those pictures are just helpful to see this extent of the devastation. I'll see if I can get you some other pictures. Reuters says that the earthquake is the biggest challenge to Deli Rodriguez's early leadership, but could also allow the interim president to stamp her authority on a fractured government and begin rebuilding a broken country. A close ally of President Trump, she has sought to portray herself as an agent of political change, even though she served as vice president to Maduro. An expert that Reuters talked to, a Caracas-based political scientist, Tony Frangi Mawad, said the rescue and rebuilding in Venezuela will face immense challenges given the country's extended economic crisis and weakened public services. It could well end in failure. Also, a Latin America expert, Paul Angelo, told Reuters Venezuela's capacity to handle emergency response has been hollowed out over 10 to 15 years of economic turmoil and displacement of 8 million people beyond Venezuelan borders. PTEC says hopefully rebuilding with much better low standards and maybe lower buildings. I do not know. You know, I'm not a buildings expert, but I don't know how much of some of these buildings collapsing is because of maybe substandard building, or they weren't being held to what, you know, or the you know, the lack of standards, acceptable standards per se. I don't know. I'm going to show you some more pictures here. Reese thinks it's due to socialism. By the way, I do really appreciate our moderators who are here. We have moderating Ruth and Beth Mythical are here right now over on YouTube. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Give me a moment here. Oops. K. Larry Body on Facebook. Linda Belk, and on Twitch we have Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, Sarah, and Surly Dev. I'm going to show you some more pictures in a second. I think I have some more videos too. Where's this? Hold on. What am I looking at? Yeah, I got some more stuff, some more visuals to show you. So just hang on a second. We'll pull them up here. Sorry, I'm just getting some more why is this weird? Hold on. This should not be doing this. I am getting the additional pictures and videos up for you. Hopefully. Now. Yes. So Reuters from this morning, they said Venezuela races to rescue hundreds trapped in rubble. It might be thousands or tens of thousands after major twin earthquakes. This is a picture from La Guaira. And again, this is, you might look at this building on a satellite photo and say, oh, it's still standing, but it's just gone. Tina Alapaca says it's so sad for sure. And there's this. What's this one? Yeah, again, where is this? Hold on, I'll tell you. This is La Guaira. La Guaira. It's still standing. And even this one on the right, on the left, it's still standing, but it looks like it's just gone. La Guaira is crazy. I'm really convinced that, and again, I don't know maybe there's no internet there. I don't know if the government's not allowing it, but I am convinced that if there were media in La Guaira now walking around filming video, you would just be shocked. Hang on a moment here. Crazy. Menio Gayton says it seems like a war zone in La Guaira. EJ Rod says even structures that didn't collapse would need to be inspected and maybe even torn down. Let's see. I have some other video. Here's another picture. This is from, this is from La Guaira. Again, that's a building that technically is still standing. Look at this. Chief Hunk says pretty hazardous, gas lines, power, etc. Now, let me look at some of these videos here. What's this video? Hold on. What is this photo? Caracas. That's a Caracas photo. Okay. Let me go to the videos. Now the videos, there's a 2-minute video. Let's play the 2-minute video. Is it this one? I have a bunch of videos here. Let's try this one. This, I think, has some audio on it from that article.
Rescue efforts continue across Venezuela on Thursday as hundreds remain trapped under rubble, with many still unaccounted for. The devastation follows too, with many still...
Yeah, and again, just look at this building back here, right? You know?
Still unaccounted for. The devastation follows...
I have to stop when we see these buildings.
twin earthquakes that struck the day before in and
Crazy.
around the capital, Caracas.
Ma Florida thinks we saw a live shot from here. We might have, or the previous shot. We might have seen a live shot from there the last couple of days.
The U.S. Geological Survey says the toll is likely to rise into the thousands. Venezuela's health minister on Thursday said more than 230 dead have been received by medical centers.
The official toll right now is 920, but that's certainly going to rise. Death toll, that is.
He did not give a total number of casualties. Officials earlier...
I think we may have seen this building before, but just crazy to see this.
said hundreds of people remain trapped, with around 250 buildings damaged or destroyed. The quakes hit a...
And this is another one of these buildings where, yeah, it's still standing, but I have no idea. I mean, I would not be surprised if this building had to come down, right? I mean, look at it. All the cracks in the building and everything.
Country already strained by years of economic turmoil, leaving infrastructure fragile.
Just crazy. Sorry, I keep stopping to see the buildings. Marcia said the 5-story building you showed, there were 3 of them, only one is standing. There's so much footage in the Spanish-speaking channels. I'll have to check some of those.
Well,
I can't steal their footage.
Complicate rescue efforts. One man recalled how he was pulled out alive.
I was in the building for 4 hours until I was rescued by someone from the civil defense, or I'm not sure. They didn't have many tools. They couldn't find the chisel, the drill, the grinder. They went at it with their nails. I also helped because they passed me a tool. And it saved me because I had a lot of furniture in my home that protected me from the wall.
Interim.
This is from, it says, Mas Temprano. The video is from Reuters, though.
President Deli Rodriguez visited La Guaira state, one of the hardest hit areas.
We have requested international assistance. The first rescuers arriving from the Dominican Republic are about to land, and in the coming hours, the rest of the countries and the international community will arrive. Our best wishes, all our hope, and all our prayers are with the lives of Venezuelan men and women.
El Salvador and Mexico sent crews and rescue teams on Thursday to provide aid. The United States...
Yeah, she was there. She was speaking in La Guaira. That was yesterday when she was speaking in La Guaira, I believe. Look at this.
It has pledged support and moved to ease sanctions, authorizing transactions related to earthquake aid that would otherwise be prohibited.
Just want to go back to the live for a second. There's from Caracas. See what's going on there. Our viewer Donna says in those pictures and videos, you can hardly see any people. Surely we see survivors helping. So many buildings, really bad situation. They really need help, says Donna Simmons. She also says maybe there's no telecommunications in places like La Guaira. I think that these cameras might be using these like special cell signal technology where they use a bunch of different cell signals. I think some of these cameras, it's called live view, where you use a number of different cell signals. I think that's what they might be using, but I'm not sure, to do these lives. I have some more video to show you. Here, look at this. Well, Starlink, I don't know that. So Starlink announced, I believe their service is free in Venezuela, but you would need a Starlink kit. You need like a receiver, and maybe some other equipment. I don't know that, the cameraman here has Starlink, has a big receiver with them. Again, a number of these videos before seems like they're doing them with live view, which uses cell signal. But I don't know, maybe some of them are using Starlink, I'm not sure. This says, British citizen Dan Baker lives in Caracas and recounts surviving Venezuela's deadly earthquakes. Why is this happening? Show you this. This is Caracas, 2 days ago.
I was actually at my gym yesterday when the earthquake hit, and I was just getting warmed up, and I started hearing massive thunder sounds. The earthquake lasted what felt like a really long time. It felt like about 30 seconds. The local people there were screaming for God to save us. When it finished, we all ran outside as quickly as possible, and we got outside, and parts of the building had fallen off the edge of the building, so there was structural damage around us, but nothing anywhere near as bad as when I got back to the area which I live, which is called Los Palos Grandes, and I had to walk through the zone back to my house, and that's when I really saw how bad it was, because I saw 3 tower blocks that had completely collapsed, and one of them had came down over a three-lane highway.
Wow.
So yeah, it was really, really horrendous, really much worse than I thought it had been. But yeah, there was definitely a feeling of chaos on the streets last night and worry. But it was also nice to see people come together. Like I said, people from the building were collecting things to take to the building that collapsed nearby. And yeah, there was definitely a feeling of community, and Venezuelans are such nice, kind people, and you really see that in moments like this.
Wow. I haven't even seen, I don't think, the video of the building that collapsed over a highway, he said. A 3-lane highway. 407K says, so terrible, I heard for those people. Riversong says, sad for all these fellow humans after everything that country has been through. Let me see also here. I have a couple other videos, I think. Let's see. I showed you that one. Did I show you this one?
I was actually...
Yeah, we looked at that one already. Okay.
We're still missing to cry for ourselves because...
We'll watch this one. This is another video. Short video from Reuters.
No solamente lloramos por Venezuela.
We are not only crying for We are crying for our brothers and sisters, for our families,
Todavía permanecen desaparecidos.
for those who have died, for those who are still missing, and for those waiting for news that may never come.
Y también lloramos por los otros miles.
This video says, sorry, this is Venezuelans living in Argentina gather for a mass dedicated to quake victims in their home country.
Por los otros miles.
And we also cry for ourselves, because exile makes every pain experienced from afar feel even deeper.
My soul is shattered. My people are safe, fortunately. But we cannot think only about our own people. We have to think about those children sleeping in the street, in tents, with nothing, about those who are still trapped, because there are people alive.
You know, I was in Argentina this winter. I met a number of Venezuelans there. There are a lot of Venezuelans in Argentina. I think a lot left during the Maduro regime. See if I can figure out how many there are. Hold on. Just Googling it and seeing. Wikipedia said that as of 2022, which is years ago, there were 300,000 Venezuelans living in Argentina. But that might be higher now, you know, after a number of years. I'm not sure. But I know I met a number of them. By the way, here's the live shot from AP.
Este marico nos puso comida, agua, hidratación. Ayer con Jairo nada, trajo a él, sí, para que cerramos la pauta.
Coño, vale, que...
Ahorita te le dice ese, salúdalo.
Hey guys, I want to mention something. AZ Intel mentions this. Thank you. Arab news agency Iran says, I'm pulling it up here. Iran news. A few minutes ago, the sound of an explosion was heard in Sirik. The source of the sound is unknown. That was about 5 minutes ago from Iran's IRIB news. So they say that the sound of an explosion was heard in Sirik. The source of the sound is unknown. Give me a quick moment here. Thanks for your patience. So I'll keep an eye on that, see if we hear anything else about that. Give me a second. I just need to do this. Again, that was just a few minutes ago. I'm not currently seeing anything else about it. Mehr news agency Iran quotes IRIB. And just so you know, Sirik is next to the Strait of Hormuz. If I can pull it up here, I will. I'll pull it up in a second. Yeah, so there is there's the Strait of Hormuz and Sirik is here. So again, Iranian state media reported about 10 minutes ago that several explosions were heard. Remember that yesterday, Iran reportedly attacked a ship that was going through the Strait of Hormuz, they said, without coordinating with it, close to the Oman side. President Trump actually posted about that today. He said, give me a moment. I'll show you that. President Trump said, I need to pull it up. Where do I have that here? Sorry, I'm a little bit. Meanwhile, while I'm getting this, here's the live shot from Caracas. Oh, hold on. Where is this? All right, so here's what President Trump said four hours ago. 4 hours ago, President Trump said the Islamic Republic of Iran shot at least 4 one-way attack drones at ships transversing the Strait of Hormuz. One of the drones solidly hit the upper deck of a large and very expensive cargo carrying ship. Damage was done, but the ship was able to proceed on its way. We knocked down 3 other drones. Obviously, this is a foolish violation of the ceasefire agreement. So that's what President Trump said earlier today. And again, just about 15, 20 minutes ago, there were several explosions of unknown origin reported by Iranian state media near the Strait of Hormuz. Gary Baines says, extremely foolish, that is a fact. All right, so I'll keep checking about that report of explosions near the Strait of Hormuz. Could Iran maybe be firing at some other ship? I don't know. Hang on. One moment. I'm looking. I'm looking for updates. From Iran. Bear with me. Erib says the source of the sound. It said they actually what they said is explosion sound heard in Sirik. The source of the sound is still unknown. Further information will be announced later. Austin said Trump said you will receive our response soon. I probably have a quote from him here. Let's see. Yes, I have a transcript of what he said, I believe, in the Oval Office a short while ago. Thanks, Austin Batman, for mentioning that. I am pulling it up here so I can see it. Give me a second here. Hang on. What is happening here? Why is it just not giving me the... I'm very confused. Where is the transcript? Transcript. I got it. Now I have it. Okay. Okay. Here's what President Trump said. I can actually probably show you what he said because I have a time code here. It wasn't, I mean, he didn't, it looks like he answered a couple questions about it. But maybe I'll try to pull it up here real quick. Why not? Yes. So I can see it. Let me show you what President Trump said about Iran today. Why do I not see? Uh-oh. I need 2 seconds here. Give me a second. Let me just cue it up. I got to find where he's talking about it.
You just asked Vince and everybody, they should change how they got even strong. Vince, this is so important. You're doing that, so you'll find not an allyship, but
I have it.
I don't. Iran violated the ceasefire. Should have no power.
Okay, here is what President Trump said. Here is what he said a little earlier. This was earlier when he was asked about Iran. If this works.
People of all faiths ever again in America.
Thank you. Okay, how about a couple of quick questions?
Mr. President, on Iran, Mr. President, you said that Iran violated the ceasefire.
Yeah,
will they face any consequences?
Well, you'll find out.
Do you consider the ceasefire to still be in place?
I don't like the fact that they took a shot yesterday, actually 4, we knocked down 3, at a ship. Not an allied ship, but a ship, a very expensive ship. And it was fine, but it took a little beating. They shouldn't be doing that, so you'll find out.
Will the U.S.
You'll find out.
Will the U.S. respond? What is your message to
Will
Iran?
I respond? You're going to find out.
Sir, why do you think they did that if the talks, you've said repeatedly they're going well? What do you think the motivation was for attacking the ship?
They're a little bit different. That's why I think of it, 47 years, no president did what we're doing. So you just asked a question, you'll find out. Okay, I think we have...
All right, he says you'll find out. That's what he said about Iran. He says you'll find out what our response is. Okay? And so we'll keep an eye on that today. And I have not heard anything about the report about 25 minutes ago of an explosion heard in Sirik, Iran. So we'll wait and see if we hear anything more about that. Okay, so we're going to keep covering Iran developments. You know, something else we didn't even talk about, which I need to talk about. We're going to obviously cover more earthquake developments. We need to talk about this thing that happened in China with the airplane. I don't know if I have footage of that I can show you, but we'll mention it. I'll have to look and see what footage I have. There was a small plane that flew into a building in China. So I want to mention that, but again, I don't know. I have to look and see what I have on that. Sinful says nothing will be found out per usual. Okay. Yeah, so let me check in on that. Hey, real quick, this is a sponsored broadcast. A quick word from me about our sponsor, Rumble Wallet. And after this quick word from me, I will come back. We'll update you on the Beijing, on Iran, on Venezuela, and other stories. Real quick, a word from me. If you've ever been curious about buying and investing in crypto, like Bitcoin and stablecoins like USAT, but felt like it was too complicated, Rumble Wallet is an easy way to get started. You can buy, sell, and manage your cryptocurrencies all in one place, and the app is super straightforward. What really makes Rumble Wallet unique is you can use it to tip your favorite creators with crypto, as long as they have Rumble Wallet too. Getting started is simple. Just download the Rumble Wallet app, sign up or use your existing Rumble Wallet account, complete a few security steps, and you're set up in minutes. You can start with just a few dollars, and with MoonPay built into Rumble Wallet, you can easily buy crypto using your credit card, debit card, or bank wire. So if you've been thinking about the advantages of crypto, download Rumble Wallet now by scanning this QR code or by clicking the link in the show description. Rumble Wallet is a technology provider only and not a custodial service. See terms at wallet.rumble.com. Okay, I was trying to see what I had on Beijing. Again, I know there's some video out there of the plane that flew into a building in Beijing. I don't know that I have the rights to any of that footage, but let me do a quick check. I have it right here. Here it is. Here it is. Small aircraft crashes into Beijing's tallest building, according to flight tracking service. There is video. Oh, look, see there. I'll have to download this. There's like a hole in the building or in the windows. Let me get that picture for you. Right there. Look at that. There you go. Let me download that photo for you. Hang on. I'm downloading the photos from AP. If I can get that done here. Okay. Small aircraft crashes into Beijing's tallest building. A small aircraft crashed into Beijing's tallest building today. Flight radar confirmed. Flight radar 24 confirmed. Following witness accounts and evacuations in the city's business district. And again, I have reposted footage showing the plane like falling down to the ground. I'll post a link in the chat. You can go to my X account too. To see that at Lookner on X, but I'm gonna show you. I'll put in the chat a couple of links to footage of this plane coming down. And Flight Radar 24 actually posted about this. Let me show you this here. And we will get back to the earthquake in a second. Here. You can see Flight Radar 24 said, actually, let me do it this way. Earlier today, a Sunward SA-60L Aurora B-12PP, it's a propeller plane, crashed into the CITIC Tower in Beijing. ADS-B data for the flight includes only a partial flight path and stops prior to the crash. And what I'll actually do is show you here on the site. I can show you their post here. This is from Flight Radar 24. You can see it stops, the tracking stops before the crash, but it's a small plane. So AP says, the 108-story CITIC Tower, shaped like an ancient Chinese wine vessel, is one of the most recognizable skyscrapers in Beijing. It wasn't immediately known what caused the crash in a city with strict airspace controls, including a recent ban on drones. Information on the pilot was also not immediately available. There was no immediate information on whether there were any on-ground casualties. Chinese authorities have not issued a statement, nor has the crash been reported by state media. Social media posts about the crash have been scrubbed from China's walled-off internet, though footage has made its way outside of China's firewall and is circulating on overseas sites such as X.com. Images and videos shared on social media appeared to show debris from a small aircraft near the skyscraper. While the images were consistent with the location, it was not possible to independently confirm their authenticity. One image of the wreckage shows a partial registration number of B-12. The full registration number of the aircraft is B-12PP. Photos by the AP show what appears to be a hole in the glass facade of the building. Let me pull up these photos for you from AP. First of all, here's one. Look at this. Right there. See that there? Look. And then look at that. Ma Florida says there is video of the plane falling to the ground. Rob Ballard says, why wouldn't they acknowledge it? Well, maybe they feel it's some sort of protest against the government or something and they don't want to publicize it. But again, right down here is where we're talking about. The Load Warrior says, China is a dictatorship. The CCP controls everything. And just to finish the story here, AP says a heavy police presence as well as fire engines and ambulances were seen outside the building. Onlookers gathered to observe and take pictures, but police asked them to stop. Police asked them to stop photographing and leave the area. Last month, Beijing authorities enacted new curbs on its already tightly regulated airspace, effectively banning the sale and operation of consumer drones within Beijing. Outlawed stranger says nothing to see, move along. Kinetic pause says no pictures, move along. All right, now I'm going to check on the Iran situation to see if I have any more reports from there. Let's go back here to the live shot from, all right, that's the live shot from Caracas, Venezuela, which we've been keeping an eye on. And we've been talking a lot about the devastating earthquakes. And I do want to go back and check on Iran updates. If you give me a moment. Hang on a second here. What am I doing? Hold on a second. Hold on. We're hearing about maybe U.S. strikes in Iran. I'm hearing about this. Barak Ravid says the U.S. military conducted strikes in the area of the Strait of Hormuz, U.S. official tells me. So, just to update you, it sounds like this is in response to the Iran attacking a cargo ship yesterday. So, report U.S. strike launches strikes on Iran. All right, now give me a quick second here, guys. Just let me do something. I just want to update the title here, if I can. Give me a moment. Give me a quick moment. Give me a quick moment here. One more moment, and we're going to get you updated on everything. Just bear with me. I have to do one other quick thing. But new reports of new U.S. strikes in Iran. Okay, now. Yes, it has been confirmed by the CENTCOM. Confirmed by CENTCOM, guys. Give me a second. I'm going to pull it up on this but CENTCOM just confirmed it here. So give me 1 second. I will put it on the screen for you. U.S. strikes Iran in response to attack on commercial vessel. It has been confirmed. But I just need to refresh this. There we go. U.S. strikes Iran in response to attack on commercial vessel, says the CENTCOM. Here it is. Here is their announcement. U.S. Central Command forces conducted strikes against Iran June 26th as a powerful response to yesterday's attack on a commercial ship that was transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Oops, sorry. My headline is off. I was typing so fast. I have a U.S. strikes Iran in response to Iranian attack on cargo ship. Okay. U.S. aircraft struck Iranian missile and drone storage locations and coastal radar sites after Iran hit the MV Everlovely on June 25th with a one-way attack drone. The Singapore-flagged cargo ship was exiting the Strait of Hormuz along the Omani coast at the time of Iran's attack yesterday. The unwarranted aggression against commercial shipping by Iranian forces clearly violated the ceasefire. Furthermore, Iran's dangerous behavior undermined freedom of navigation as commerce increasingly flows through the vital international trade corridor. CENTCOM forces continue to provide safe passage coordination and support to commercial vessels transiting the strait. The U.S. military remains present and vigilant to ensure all aspects of the agreement with Iran are adhered to, obeyed, and in full force and effect. All right, so give me a moment here. I need a moment. I just need a moment. I need a moment here. The U.S. has launched new strikes on Iran to retaliate for an Iranian attack on a cargo ship in the Strait of Hormuz yesterday. I don't know if I can actually can I quickly throw together a thumbnail? I'm going to take some comments in a second here. Try to do something real quick. I don't know if I can do this quickly enough. Yes, I can. Oopsie. Give me 2 seconds, and we will talk more about this breaking news. I am just posting a new thumbnail, if I can. I think I did it. Okay. Thanks for your patience, everybody. You know, sometimes when breaking news happens, I have to update the broadcast a little bit. There it is. One more thing. Last thing. I need about 10 more. I need about 15 more. I mean, 20 more seconds. Give me 20 more seconds. There you go. I found what I needed. Okay. Everything is updated. So, new U.S. strikes on Iran. Again, and one of our viewers was asking if Iran was going to retaliate. I don't know. But again, just to go over this again, the U.S. has launched retaliation strikes today on Iran after Iran attacked a Singapore-flagged cargo ship yesterday. Iranian state media had said that had threatened, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard had threatened, before the attack yesterday, they had threatened, I believe yesterday, to take measures if ships tried to go through the strait without coordinating it through Iran. The U.S. says this unwarranted aggression against commercial shipping by Iranian forces clearly violated the ceasefire. Furthermore, Iran's dangerous behavior undermined freedom of navigation as commerce increasingly flows through the vital international trade corridor. U.S. aircraft struck Iranian missile and drone storage locations and coastal radar sites after Iran hit the MV Ever Lovely on June 25th with a one-way attack drone. Give me a moment here. Lisa Young says the Friday night fights have begun again. I will say, I don't know if it's a coincidence. This news comes out right at about 40 minutes after the markets close for the weekend, right? Because it's Friday. So the market, not the oil market, but the stock market closed at 4. I know some of our viewers are always paying attention to that kind of timing. X Kyle thinks Iran will retaliate. We'll have to see. Where is... Sorry. Got to do one more thing here. I really need to just... Let me also post that we're covering this on our social media really quick. Why is this not there? Hang on. Give me one moment. Why is this not happening? So I'm having a little bit of an issue here. Trying to post on social media. Let's try this one more time. If not, I'll do it a different way. All right, I have to do this a different way. Hang on tight. One quick thing here. I can do it this way. We are covering the new U.S. strikes on Iran during the ongoing earthquake coverage stream. Okay, now let me see what I can hear from Iranian state media, if anything. I should also show you marine traffic for a second. Let me pull that up. There's a lot going on. Hang on. Bear with me one sec. Please bear with me 1 second. Let's pull up marine traffic here. There. Okay. So we take this out, put that up, we take that off, take that off. There is marine traffic right there. And let me just see what else I can find right now. Oops, I don't want that. Oh, I should also put the clock up. Sorry. Oh, what's happening? What's happening? Why is that happening? Give me a second here. Everything's falling apart. Everything is falling apart. Why is this happening? Ah, okay. I don't know why that just happened. Everything is messed up. All the colors are messed up. What's going on? Getting the I know that, by the way, the time is incorrect. Iran time. Strait of Hormuz via marinetraffic.com. And what I need to do is, obviously, these colors are just, for some reason, all messed up. Well, I'm going to make this one blue. Is that going to work if I make it blue? It's a little better. It's not great, though. It should be darker. That's better. Oh, I know what to do. I forget how I normally had the colors. Can't even remember. I'll have to fix this later. It's ridiculous. It was all fixed before, and now it's all crazy. I think that's sort of right. Not really. It should be darker, though. Why is it not darker? All right, I'm going to just leave it the way it is. I'm sorry, but I just can't worry about it right now. Anyways. Hang on. So Iranian state media IRNA just posted about this. And why is this all bad? They say U.S. admits to violating ceasefire. This is what Iranian state media IRNA says. U.S. admits to violating ceasefire. So Iran state media is saying the U.S. violated the ceasefire by attacking Iran. Tim B says, is it still a ceasefire? Oh, hold on a second. Yeah, so here's something else from Tasneem. Tasneem had reported about 12 minutes ago, Tasneem state media, Iran, U.S. violation of ceasefire and agreement. U.S. attack on points in the Syriac area. According to now, this was posted before the U.S. even posted about it, but the U.S. military has carried out attacks against Iran near the Strait of Hormuz. According to Tasneem, some sources also reported a few minutes ago that explosions were heard in the Taroya dock area of Syriac, which is next to the Strait of Hormuz. So how is Iran going to respond to this? Why is this all getting messed up? Mer Iranian state media says, CENTCOM terrorists confession to attacking positions in southern Iran. See what else I can find for you here. Give me a moment. Did Fox News report something? I see some reports about what Fox News said. Oh, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. We have breaking news. Jennifer Griffin of Fox News says a senior U.S. defense official tells me strikes on Iranian targets are ongoing right now. Okay, so again, Jennifer Griffin of Fox News reports, I wonder if I can put this up here. There you go. Breaking news. Jennifer Griffin of Fox News reports that a senior U.S. defense official tells me strikes on Iranian targets are ongoing right now. She posted that 3 minutes ago. Okay. Wow. Let me do one other quick thing here. I got to fix one other thing because we had to change we had to change the title here. What's going on here? Why is this? Oh, hold on. Just fixing this here. GTG says, let's get it on and over with. Fort says, bump in the road, all good. Bluesy Girl thinks the Iranian regime is cooked. I really need to change the coloring here. It's driving me insane. Let me fix this here. Why is it black? What's happening here? It's all weird. That's better, a little better, I think. Oh, I got it. I figured it out. I got it fixed. I got the clock fixed. Let's see. Oh, I should mention what is. Let's look at oil prices too. Sorry, there's a lot going on here. There's a lot happening here. Where's oil prices? Okay, here is tradingview.com. And you can see right at the end of the day, oil is up a bit. I mean, it's not up for the day, but for 24 hours. But you can see the oil market is open for one more hour. And it was at 72.38 about an hour ago. And now it's at 73.52 Brent crude. I mean, that's obviously lower than it's a lot lower than it was a couple months ago. But then WTI crude, something similar. No, we need one day. Yeah, WTI crude about an hour ago was 69.07 and now it's 70.25. Give me a moment now. Will Iran respond to this? New U.S. strikes in Iran. Jennifer Griffin of Fox News says it's ongoing. Oh, there might be a statement. Hold on. Shin says there's a statement from the Iranians from Iran Revolutionary Guard. What is this? Hold on. So this was about, hold on a second here. See if I can get you. I have not seen yet a Revolutionary Guard statement myself. I'm looking at Iranian state media. Yeah, I haven't seen it. I'm looking at various Iranian state media reports. I'll let you know what I see. Okay. It's a lot happening. Yeah, I don't have a statement yet from Iranian state media from the Revolutionary Guard. I already read the CENTCOM statement. Becky says, here we go again. Bear with me for a second. I'm really trying to get you guys the latest updates. All right, if you're just joining us, the U.S. announced a short while ago that it had struck in Iran in response to Iran attacking a cargo ship yesterday in the Strait of Hormuz. I'll pull up the statement again from the from CENTCOM here. U.S. strikes Iran in response to attack on commercial vessel. U.S. Central Command forces conducted strikes against Iran today as a powerful response to yesterday's attack on a commercial ship that was transiting the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. aircraft struck Iranian missile and drone storage locations and coastal radar sites after Iran hit MV Everlovely on June 25th with a one-way attack drone. The Singapore-flagged cargo ship was exiting the Strait of Hormuz along the Omani coast at the time of Iran's attack. The unwarranted aggression against commercial shipping by Iranian forces clearly violated the ceasefire. Furthermore, Iran's dangerous behavior undermined freedom of navigation as commerce increasingly flows through the vital international trade corridor. CENTCOM forces continue to provide safe passage, coordination, and support to the commercial vessels transiting the strait. The U.S. military remains present and vigilant to ensure all aspects of the agreement with Iran are adhered to, obeyed, and in full force and effect. And let's look up the MV Ever Lovely here on marine traffic. Container ship. The Ever Lovely. See? Singapore flagged container ship. View on past track. Well, oh, it's gone through. Has it gone through? Let's see. Where is it? Yes, it kept going. That's today. That's today. So it was hit and damaged, but it kept going. So this ship was in the Gulf and it was trying to get out. And it was taking the route that Iran does not. This is not the non-Iran approved route near the Oman coast. Now, I don't know if this ship had U.S., some sort of U.S. watch over it or escort or something. That I don't know. But while it was going through on this route that Iran does not want ships to go through, it was attacked. And you can see that it says here it was there at about 11 Eastern time. And that would be about 9 a.m. Eastern time yesterday. And then it's here. That's about... Oh, hold on. Deli Rodriguez. I think we're seeing Deli Rodriguez on the live shot in Venezuela. Wait. I think we see Deli Rodriguez. Look. It's Iran. Oh, my gosh. There's too much. It's Venezuela. There's too much happening. There's too much going on. It's Deli Rodriguez, the acting president.
Recuerda que donde está la Charlie, él va aquí donde va a hacer la declaración.
That's her. There she is. There's the acting president, Deli Rodriguez. I gotta say also, it just so happens that she visits the site that a bunch of the major international news agencies have been recording from. As I told you guys, I do wonder if the media is being restricted where they can show stuff from. And today, either 2 or 3 of the big agencies have been showing this one site. And so then she happens to show up at this one site where the cameras are. So, I don't know. There she is. There she is. I didn't even know that was going to happen. Give me 1 second here. That is Deli Rodriguez. We're seeing her right now at the quake damage site. There she is. Trying to get a caption up there so you can see it, the name. Oh, she's giving a hug to somebody. There she is. There is Deli Rodriguez. She's shaking some hands. I did not know we were going to see her. Okay, is she leaving? I think she's leaving. I think she is leaving. I think she is leaving now. There we have some security and the black car. I think I have another angle of the car. There's another angle. Angle number 2. Are people protesting? I don't know. People are shouting. There she goes. Oh, hold on. Let me show you this. Let me show you this other angle. There's this angle. Then there's also this angle. People were looking. I think they're shouting. People are shouting. They're shouting at where Deli Rodriguez was. Look at all the people shouting. They might be unhappy. Oh, it's the caravan. This is the whole caravan leaving. I think that's the caravan. So it looks like some unhappy people. I think. I'm not sure. All right. Let me show you the other angle here. Again, jumping back and forth between two stories. This is different feed there. Okay, so we got to, I had no idea she was showing up. I turned my head and I saw her on the feed. But it just so happened that she showed up at the site that a bunch of the news agencies were covering today, which makes me think the government is, that to me is evidence that the government is telling the news agencies where to go. Although you never know. Maybe the news agencies happened to be there and she was like, let's go there. I have no idea. Hang on, I'm going to switch back and forth here. It's a couple different shots here. There's some more work going on. All right, we've been trying to cover both Iran developments and this. Crazy. Then I'm hearing about some possible protests in Beirut. But I don't think I have anything on the ground video there. Do I have any? No, I don't have any. I'm not seeing on the ground video in Beirut right now. Let me just check a couple things. I got to check a couple things here. Hang on. Hang on. Maybe it's this. Is it this? Let me do something real quick. All right, give me a moment. One of our viewers said strikes on Iran were completed. I need a second. I just need a second. I just need 1 second. Please give me a second. Strait of Hormuz via marinetraffic.com. Why does this look weird? I'm having a bit of an issue here. I need 1 more second. I just need another second. Now, I was just trying to get the clock back on. All right, let me put marine traffic back up. So, there's marine traffic. Now I got to get the clock back up. Why is this not working now? Sorry, I have to do one more thing here. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. This is what I wanted to do. Sorry. So crazy what's happening here. I have to get rid of the video for 1 sec. Sorry, I was having a little bit of a technical issue. A little bit of a technical issue here. I want this closed. Okay, that's better. Let me get this back on this thing. Let me get things back where they should be. We need marine traffic back up. I can now see marine traffic again. Thanks for your patience. Sorry. There, I finally have it back. So that's back. And this is, I want to get the clock back up for you. Everything is ridiculous. This stuff is happening. Where's my clock? I can see the clocks now. There. Finally. Gee whiz. What a pain in the butt. Sorry. There was all this stuff going on. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Anyway, the headline's got to get fixed. I was having a bit of a technical issue. I think I fixed it. Oh my gosh. Now I can see things again. I owe some people some thanks too. Just give me a moment. I'll get caught up. I'll get caught up. Oh. Okay, Jennifer Griffin reports of Fox News that U.S. military strikes targeting Iran are complete for tonight, and all of the targets, drones, radar, and missiles, were along the Strait of Hormuz. That is from Jennifer Griffin. Again, she is reporting that all of the strikes on Iran are complete, and all of the targets, drones, radar, and missiles were along the Strait of Hormuz. I really need to fix this. This is not going to work. Let me see what the what Iran state media is saying. I'm not seeing anything new in Iran state media. Now, N12 News Israel says the Revolutionary Guards of Iran announced. Now, I haven't seen this announcement myself. They claim that the Revolutionary Guards of Iran announced that their response to the American attack will be quick and decisive. They also say they repelled a U.S. attack against Sirik Island. But I haven't seen that announcement myself. And I've been looking in Iranian state media. Iranian state media also says, Press TV said Erbil said 2 projectiles hit a telecom tower near Sirik, Iran. All right, I got to thank some people too. Bear with me for a second here, please. Just bear with me 1 second. Thanks for bearing with me. Thanks. Sorry, there's just too much open here, too much going on. What is happening here? Is this happening? Oh, I see. I have to sign in over here now. Okay, now what we're gonna do is let me thank a couple people. Now what we're gonna do, somebody gave a bunch of memberships. All right, hold on. Black Hawk Command gave a lot of membership. Black Hawk Command, I think, gave 150 memberships. Am I right about this, Black Hawk Command? Wow. That's incredibly generous of Black Hawk Command. No joke, they gave 150 memberships. Please thank Black Hawk Command or somebody else if they gave you a membership or a gift subscription. That's very generous of Black Hawk Command. Thank you, Black Hawk Command. That's very kind of you. I thank you, by the way, to Haley Lipinski, Lidwine Elizabeth, Paul Grogan, It's Cosmic Pulse, our member, Amanda Mosher, our member. Thank you, Man for Some Markets. Oh, I think you're right, Man for Some Markets. I'm sorry. I said that the oil futures close at 6. They open at 6 on Sunday, but well, actually, they're still open right now, the oil futures. So maybe they do close at 6. It looks like WTI oil closed at 5, but Brent crude is still open. Brent crude is still open. Oh, you can't see what I'm looking at right now. Hold on. I'll show you what I'm looking at. Hold on. There. That's Brent crude. That's still open right now, according to TradingView. It went up from a little bit. I mean, it's down in the last week or so, but it's gone up about $1.30 since the news of the explosions in Iran started coming out. Thanks, Man for Some Markets. Lola Page, who says, excellent ceasefire, thank you. Frankly Speaking gave a bunch of people memberships. Thank you, Frankly Speaking. I Am Charlie, thank you, who says, the fool around and find out president. Jake Harlow 74, thank you. Our members, Twisted Doobie, Drafty Panda, J.A. Tria, Rivka Spronk. Thanks again to J. Carlos 74. I appreciate it. Least Trustworthy Weasel, thank you. Sarah Louise, thank you. Who thinks that the Iran war achieved nothing and made things worse for the U.S. Thanks, Babelicious Nails, our member. JD63, thanks so much, JD63. I really appreciate that. Dodger Blue to you, our member. Chemo Sabi 805. Chemo Sabi says, I didn't see any evidence of rescues or machinery in the satellite photos of La Guaira. Maybe that's why no media is allowed. I don't know if no media is allowed in La Guaira, which is the worst hit part of Venezuela. As we've been talking about, I have seen very little media coverage from there. And what I have, the photos I have seen and the few videos have been really devastating. We'll talk more about that. Thanks, Grand to Finlay. Thanks again, Lidwine Elizabeth. And Lidwine Elizabeth said, hold on, now I'm confused. Thank you also to CAC813, Trying Times, our member, Mika Chan, our member, Seba123, and I Am Charlie. If I hadn't thanked you before. Oh, she says, why would media show up at all? Well, I mean, people around the world want to know what's going on in Venezuela and feel terrible for the people there. So, when you can have more media there, that can help get the word out about how bad things are and what exactly is going on. But it seems limited now. Hey, by the way, Black Hawk Command, I'm not kidding you, gave 200 people memberships and said 200 memberships for the amazing community that makes Agenda Free TV feel special, and gave very generous support on top of that. So thank you for supporting the channel. I appreciate that. That's what allows me to like buy the news videos and stuff. I do want to say while mentioning this, and thank you again, Black Hawk Command. That's incredibly generous of you and very kind of you. Thank you. I did make a donation last night to Venezuela Earthquake Fund. When I use this site called Global Giving sometimes when I donate, that they for years have done this thing where they are a go-between between donors and people on the ground. And so I like donating with them. So I made a donation last night through Global Giving. But I don't have I am not aware of an official country site to donate. Although if I gave you an official Venezuela site, some of you might not want to just give it directly to the Venezuelan government. I don't know. But I will just say, if you are interested in donating to Venezuela, just do a little research. As I said yesterday, unfortunately, when there's tragedies, major disasters like this, sometimes people try to take advantage of it. But there's plenty of established charity groups out there that I have I believe have funds created for this. Anyways, but I will leave it to you if you want to do that. But just make sure you're researching or you have some familiarity with where you're giving. All right, hang on a moment here. So I got to get caught up on everything. It's been really busy because we have two things going on. Oh, I have to do one more thing here. Sorry. Everything's all messed up. Hang on. Hang on. So I guess from what I'm hearing, there's possibly some protests in Beirut going on. But I don't have. Let me see. Let me check. Al Mayadeen might have something. Let's see. Are they posting about it? Al Mayadeen? The thing is, Al Mayadeen, I think, is closer to the government, so I don't know. Iranian state media is claiming that some Lebanese protesters are marching to protest the agreement with Israel, but it would be in the Iranian, that's something that Iranian state media would be in their interest to post about. So I'm not sure about that. I've been looking at some other Lebanese sources trying to get more information. I see. There's an account I follow on X called Anahar. They claim that supporters of Hezbollah they have some video of it, are protesting a framework agreement between Lebanon and Israel. Here is Lebanon, which is an account I follow for Lebanon News, says the Lebanese army reopens the airport road after it was cut off by Hezbollah supporters. MTV Lebanon News says the same thing. The Lebanese army reopens airport road after it was blocked by Hezbollah supporters. I don't believe I have any video of that, by the way. I looked before and I didn't have any video of the I guess it's a Hezbollah supporter protest in Lebanon. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Let's see what video I do have here. There's this here. There's this here. Ooh. Yeah, multiple U.S. outlets, Fox News and CNN, reporting that the strikes on Iran are over for now. Okay. Hang on. Well, I saw that CNN claim that, but let me just make sure here. Let me make sure. Let's see. Oh, a U.S. official told CNN that the strikes do not reflect a return to major combat operations. Okay? A U.S. official tells CNN that the U.S. strikes on Iran. Oh, I got to change the my headline's still old. Gosh. U.S. strikes Iran in retaliation for Iranian attack on cargo ship. That's what happened. Oopsie. Yeah, so a U.S. official tells CNN that the strikes do not reflect a return to major combat operations. Hey, by the way, I'm not kidding you. Black Hawk Command just gave 100 more people memberships. Black Hawk Command has given 250 people memberships. That's unbelievably generous of Black Hawk Command. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, and thanks for giving people memberships. So please thank Black Hawk Command if you got a membership. Wow. Thanks, Lidwine Elizabeth again. She said, I mean, why would it be limited? Oh, Lidwine Elizabeth said, why would Venezuela want to limit the media coverage? Well, one obvious reason the government would want to limit the media coverage is, look, in Venezuela, Maduro isn't there anymore, but the Maduro regime itself is there. And Venezuela was known as a country, basically a dictatorship with very low press freedom. So if you're this regime, one reason is they might think it looks bad for the regime if people are seeing lots of video of piles of buildings where people, just in itself, all these buildings that have collapsed. But what if people see buildings where there's nobody helping, right? So that would be a reason for them to try to control the media narrative if they think that the media might make them look bad. I don't know for sure they're doing it, but that would be a reason for them to do it. We should do a poll. Will Iran retaliate for U.S. strikes? I'm posting the poll right now. Let me do that. One moment. I'm just getting the poll posted. I'm just getting the poll posted. Puma Princess just getting the poll posted. Be prepared for anything from Iran. Oops. Okay, I asked you guys, will Iran retaliate for the new U.S. strikes? And let's see what people said. Let's see what you said after you thought about it and made your selection. Here. On YouTube, 84% of the people say yes. 83% say yes. For some reason, the polls do not seem to be working today on Facebook. I'm trying to activate it on Facebook. It's not letting me. Oh, I see what's happening here. That's weird. Sorry. Facebook was acting funky. Give me a second here. It's now on Facebook. Okay, on Twitch, here's the poll on Twitch. Hang on. I just, sorry, there's all this crap there's a bunch of technical stuff I am trying to deal with here at the same time. So just bear with me for a second. It's annoying today. Some annoying stuff happening here technically. Just bear with me for a second. Why is it doing this? Why is it doing this? Why is it doing that? Okay, I got that fixed. Okay, on Twitch, I can see the poll. It says 73% on Twitch say Iran will retaliate for the new U.S. strikes. 82% on YouTube say Iran will retaliate for the new U.S. strikes. By the way, on Twitch, thanks to our subscribers Haunted Wind and Rodders, and thanks to Whoshot JR. Thank you B Rose 00 and Meat Missile. I'll check the Facebook results in a second. We'll have to see what happens. I'm going to see if there's reportedly a statement from the Revolutionary Guard, but I didn't see that myself, so I'm going to look again. No joke. I'm not joking with you guys. I am not joking with you. Black Hawk Command just gave 50 more memberships. I believe, if my counting is right, that Black Hawk Command has given 300 memberships? Black Hawk Command, I wish I knew how to send you some merch or something. If you'd like it, let me know. Write to me on X at Lookner. Or email the channel, agendafreetv@gmail.com. But that's incredibly kind of you. Thank you. Please thank Blackhawk if you got a membership from Blackhawk. Actually, Blackhawk Command, I messed up, gave 100 more memberships. I'm not making this up. Blackhawk Command has given 350 people memberships. I'm not making this up. Blackhawk Command said, for the amazing community that makes Agenda Free TV special. So thank you again so much, Blackhawk Command. That's really kind of you. I mean, it's beyond kind of you. Hope I'm counting right. And our new member, Mineka Thompson. Mineka Thompson, our member. All right, now hold on. Let me check up on Iran in the Middle East here. Bear with me. Bear with me. What is happening? So I'm just trying to sign in somewhere. Everything is one of those days where there's all this technical stuff going on. So just bear with me for a moment here. What is happening? Okay. Yeah, so the Washington Post points out that Iran has not acknowledged responsibility for the ship attack. But before the attack on I think before and after the attack, Iran had said that that ships had to coordinate going through the Strait of Hormuz with Iran. So, for example, the deputy foreign minister of Iran said in a social media post earlier today, safe passage cannot be guaranteed by vague. Let me see if I can put this on the screen for you, actually. I think it'd be worth showing this to you. Yeah, so this is from the Washington Post here. You can see earlier today, Iran, which did not acknowledge responsibility for the ship attack yesterday, said it would not tolerate any transit undertaken without its approval. oops, hold on a second here. And they said, oops, safe passage cannot be guaranteed by vague arrangements, parallel routes, or decision-making outside of Iran's consideration as a coastal state, said the deputy foreign minister. Any credible framework must be based on coordination for Iran. So they're saying if you don't set up every ship going through the strait by confirming it with us, and I guess, following the routes we want you to follow, then you're putting yourself at risk. After 60 days of technical negotiations on implementation of the broadly written agreement are said to be underway, each side has put its public spin on its terms and apparent violations. Trump said, "I don't like the fact that they took a shot yesterday. They shouldn't be doing that. You'll find out." But despite renewed hostilities in the Strait, Secretary of State Marco Rubio announced a step forward today with a tripartite agreement among the U.S., Israel, and Lebanon for Israel to withdraw from 2 areas in southern Lebanon following a 5th round of U.S.-led negotiations in Washington. Prime Minister Netanyahu called it a great achievement that will allow Israel to continue most of its Lebanon occupation, while Iran-backed Hezbollah denounced it as a Lebanese capitulation. Also remember, Iran wants Israel completely out of Lebanon. We'll talk more about the whole Lebanon thing. Here, look. Israel and Lebanon sign initial agreement after U.S.-mediated talks, Reuters says. Israel and Lebanon signed a framework agreement. Now remember, this is Israel and Lebanon, okay? But Hezbollah, which is supported by Iran, they've been fighting with Israel, not the Lebanese government. This is agreement between Israel and the Lebanese government. Israel and the Lebanese government signed a framework agreement on Washington on Friday, following several days of talks to secure an end of fighting between Israel and Iran-backed Hezbollah militants, though both sides framed the deal as an initial step. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu said the agreement allows Israeli forces to continue to occupy southern Lebanon if Hezbollah does not disarm. Secretary of State Rubio said, "Today we've taken the first step in what will be a difficult journey, without a doubt, but an important and an essential and necessary one." Netanyahu said in a statement that the deal would allow the Lebanese army to begin organizing to take control of territory, starting with what he described as 2 pilot zones from which Israeli troops would withdraw from the land they occupied during the war. Israel describes that territory as a security zone or buffer zone where its troops can thwart Hezbollah attacks on northern Israel. The Lebanese president said the agreement should allow Lebanese to return to fully liberated land and rebuild homes with no partner in its sovereignty. So who knows how this is all going to play out. Also, Israel forces, you can see down here, dropped leaflets over the southern Lebanese town of Mansouri on Friday, ordering residents to leave. Lebanese state media reported the first such order issued since the latest ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah took effect. So again, Iran wants Israel out of Lebanon. Israel wants Hezbollah to stop attacking northern Israel. Israel has occupied a bunch of southern Lebanon, they say, to protect Israel, and has been attacking what they say are Hezbollah targets. in southern Lebanon and elsewhere in the country. By the way, I just have to say thanks again to Black Hawk Command, who has been just incredibly supportive of the channel during the stream. Thank you so much, Black Hawk Command. That's really nice of you. Wow. So I think Black Hawk Command has given like 350 or 400 memberships and has given other donations as well. Very generous. So it's so nice of Black Hawk Command. Thank you. Again, I wish I could send you some merch or something, but if you want it, let me know. By the way, thanks also to the Mystical Buddha Cake Shop. Thank you very much, the Mystical Buddha Cake Shop. Very kind of you. Elizabeth, thank you so much. Jan and Jamie says land grab. I mean, Israel says that they don't want to permanently occupy that land. All right. Trying to get you more updates here. Pizza Sub thinks they do. So I guess this agreement between Israel and the Lebanese government is supposed to be like the first step in Israel eventually pulling troops out of southern Lebanon, but we'll have to see how that all goes. And there are pro-Hezbollah protesters in Lebanon protesting this agreement between the Lebanese government and Israel. Beirut is on fire tonight, Gaff House says. I don't know about that. I mean, I've seen some videos of protesters. I haven't seen videos of large fires in Beirut. I see watching a video right now of a couple fires set on a street. Let me just hold on. Let me take a look at something here. What am I seeing here? Oh, I have a video from La Guaira. It's recorded video from La Guaira. Hold on a moment. What is this? It's a video from La Guaira of a man being rescued. And again, I think it's great somebody's being rescued. It's a little bit odd to me that we haven't seen anything from La Guaira for a day and a half. And then we see a video of a man being rescued. You know, as I've said, I do wonder if the coverage is being managed by the media coverage being managed by the government there. Let me see if I can get this up for you, though. Hold on a second here. Again, I think it's fantastic people are getting rescued. It's just strange that the only thing I've seen coming out of there today is a video of somebody getting rescued. Let me just make sure this isn't graphic. And yeah, certainly shout out to, as we've said before, all the workers putting themselves at risk to rescue people. I mean, there's been plenty of workers trying to rescue people. All right, I'm going to put it on the screen right now. This video from AFP. It's not live, but it is a video that they just posted. Oops, now that's not it. That's this thing. Sorry, that's sort of some of the video here. Okay. You can see it says, La Guaira emergency services rescue a man in building in quake hit La Guaira, which has been devastated. So this is from earlier. I got to put on the screen that it's from earlier. Hold on. Okay, now let's play this.
Va en bloque. Se llama movilización en bloque. Agarra la espalda. Todos ahí. Los mismos que lo llevan son los mismos que lo llevan. Atrás apoya, más nada. Dale que ya está listo.
Ya llegaron.
Claro, ya está listo. Ya llegamos. Ya bajaron. Escalón alto. Escalón alto. Escalón alto. Mantenemos el bloque. Mantenemos el bloque.
Vamos a la izquierda.
Mosca, ahí escalón. Vamos a voltearlo. Ya. Vayan despejando, Vamos para la sombra para trabajar y no hacer falta. Hay que despejar. Vamos, Diego. Asegurada.
Con Daniel. Estaba con Daniel. Daniel ya lo sacaron. Estaba con Daniel.
El maletín, pásame.
¿Quién te faltó a ti?
Dame agua y gas.
¿Y qué más? Francis está viva.
No, he's speaking.
Francis estaba allá al lado mío, pero estaba... La aplastaron.
Dame uno. Mire que
está al lado tuyo. Y Rocío. No, la aplastaron los escombros, o sea, ya estaba muerta. Y Rocío.
Dale poquito. Aquí arriba está el... ¿Cuántas gasas? Lo tiene. Bueno, una por mano. No, ese es muy pequeño, uno más grande.
Ahí tiene gasa.
Póngale el 20, que está deshidratado. Póngale el 20. Con más razón, hay que pasarle más líquido.
Agárrele dos, mano.
Bueno, dame
He was talking, the guy.
Dame otro.
Que llegó a donde estábamos nosotros, pero que Francis murió.
Aquí ya decimos.
Esto no sé más nada.
Veme sacando.
Y no sé si mi mamá salieron o nada.
No sé. Todos estos días vinieron los
No, yo sé.
Yo no sé lo que estoy haciendo. Pero se habían sacado a Francis, ¿no, verdad?
No, Francis quedó allá arriba muerta.
Ya está.
Está al lado tuyo, Francis.
Sí, estaba muerta.
¿Cómo es tu nombre?
Patrick Vargas.
Patrick.
Sí.
¿Cuántos años tienes?
Pasame otro catete para el otro brazo. Ya lo tienes allá.
So he's saying his name is Patrick and he is 28 years old. I think he said somebody close to him was dead. That's what it sounded like to me, sadly. But I believe that's what he just said there. I can't make out a lot of what he's saying, so, but...
¿En qué piso estabas cuando sucedió?
Adhesivo. No, sácalo, mano, sácalo.
Pícalo.
¿Cuánto? Así, una línea.
Our viewer, YourTube, said he said others in the building are dead. Gonzalez said he said someone next to him was dead.
Lo aguante, pues vamos a trabajar torpe.
Está bien, es muy dura.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did he say Bainti Yunu? I thought he said Bainti Yocho. So maybe I got the age wrong. I'm sorry.
¿Quiere para mi hermano?
Sí, dame una cinta grande. Pon una cinta grande, listo, hermano.
Otra cinta.
Venga.
Yo tapado.
¿Qué más te hace falta? Ven acá.
Una solución.
Una solución. No me queda.
No, la tenían aquí preparada. ¿Qué colocaste aquí?
Aquí tiene riña.
Dame una destroza para pasarle. Una destroza con un macro.
En el boletín rojo hay una destroza, pasámela. Dime cuando abrí esta. No, dale con esa, porque aquí hay que buscar el boletín.
¿Esa cuál es? ¿Más grasa?
Sí. Necesito como, estoy como muy incómodo, necesito agua, quiero tomar agua.
Ahorita, papá, ya te voy a dar, ya te voy a dar.
Someone said need water. I heard that.
¿Qué gasa? Guantes aquí. Mi línea. Alguien que sostenga aquí para revisar esa herida, porque eso está ahí. Dámela. Aquí.
Cuidado, por favor, que...
Tranquilo, papá.
Ah,
necesito irrigar aquí. Dale que siga. Pídelas que tengan para la mar aquí.
Wow. Then they just play it again. So again, that's the first video I've seen from any of the news agencies out from La Guaira today. I'm glad they saved that person. Miraculous. Great job to the rescue workers. That was from AFP. We showed you some photos, though, from La Guaira before, showing so many buildings just collapsed there. Terrible. Now, I think at this point, I don't even know that there's any even... I think this kind of happened yesterday. Around this time yesterday, the lives ended. Well, there was one later at night. But around yesterday, a bunch of the lives stopped from Venezuela. I don't know that I have any right now. I'll go back to some of the Iran stuff. But I'm just double checking here. Just give me a moment. Yeah, I don't have access to any earthquake live at the moment. The AP feed ended. No, I don't have any footage of the Beirut protest that I have that I have the rights to. All right, I'll keep you updated about Iran as well. Give me a moment here, so we'll keep an eye on that. Oh, you know what? I never changed the graphic over my shoulder. So I should do that to mention both stories. That'll take a second here. All right, hang on. There. Okay, there's that. Now, so we want to get rid of that. We want to put that there and that there. Okay, now we're back over here. All right, let me try to get you some updates. Oh, this was posted by the head of the National Security Commission of the Iranian Parliament, who is Ibrahim Azizi. He says the U.S. attacked Iran in the middle of negotiations once again. The failed U.S. president has shown he has no commitment to the principles of negotiation or a ceasefire. This reckless violation of the ceasefire will, as always, lead to retreat and regret on their part. The blame game does not work anymore. He also posted, look at this. Look what else he posted today. This is the head of the National Security Commission of the Iranian Parliament, Ibrahim Azizi. So Trump had posted earlier today, President Trump, saying that Iran had fired at least 4 one-way attack drones at ships crossing the Strait of Hormuz. One of the drones hit the upper deck of a large and very expensive cargo carrying ship. That was yesterday. Damage was done, but the ship was able to proceed on its way. He said that we knocked down the 3 other drones. Obviously, this is a foolish violation of our ceasefire agreement. And Ibrahim Azizi of the National Security Commission, head of the Iranian parliament, said, "The reality of the Persian Gulf has changed. The Strait of Hormuz is governed by Iran. So respect the rules. Use secure routes. Do not mistake control for escalation. If you do not learn the rules, the Iranian armed forces will teach them to you. This is not a violation of the ceasefire. It is ceasefire management." Again, that's from the head of the National Security Commission of the Iranian parliament. That was a couple hours ago. From the head of the National Security Commission of the Iranian parliament. Hey, a quick thanks again. I am not making this up. Black Hawk Command gave 100 more memberships to people in the YouTube chat. So please thank Black Hawk Command if you got a membership. I think Black Hawk Command gave about 500 memberships. I'm not joking. About 500 new members because of Black Hawk Command. Thank you so much. Please thank Black Hawk if you got a member from Black Hawk Command. And that's really kind of you. And also, Nathaniel Davidson, thanks for your support. Nathaniel says, so what happens now? We give Iran more money. Thank you also, Mr. Weskers and E1991M and 28 MT Man. Hold on a second here. One of the, our viewer, LA Riverman, was it, said you can't fix a rabid dog, I think talking about Iran. Oh, was there an aftershock in Venezuela? EMSC says preliminary info. Venezuela looks like an aftershock. Magnitude not available yet. Oh, look, eyewitnesses reported shaking in Venezuela 2 minutes ago. More info soon. That some of it's red. A couple of these reports are red. Was there an aftershock that just happened in Venezuela? Let's see. That's from EMSC. No, there's no info yet on it. Again, eyewitnesses reported shaking in Venezuela several minutes ago. I guess it would be about 7 minutes ago. And you can see a bunch of these are blue and so, which are light shaking, but two people said red, which is the highest on the scale, and somebody said yellow, which is large shaking. So some of these reports on EMSC for this possible new earthquake in Venezuela are pretty significant in terms of the shaking. I don't know. Some people are claiming it was a 5. I don't know that USGS has said anything about it yet. Nothing USGS that I see. I haven't seen anything from EMSC either. 4.9. EMSC says it was a... Oh no, 5.4. EMSC says 5.4 now. Oh, now they say 4.9. Now they say 4.9. Looks like they're saying 4.9. Yes. But they also said 5.4. Let's see what they say. Now they say 5.4. Now it says 5.4. I'm a little confused. They seem to be going back and forth. It says 5.4 and 4.9. They don't have the maps up yet. I want to see testimonies. Testimonies up. Was felt. Hold on, being kind of. Was felt a brief shake here, somebody said. Was felt quickly, not very strong. A bit strong. Just finished. These are people who are fairly close to the epicenter. Returned, shaking again, was rapid, but I felt it, was rapid. People were saying it was quick. This is on EMSC. I felt it. It scared me horribly, made me shake. The beds moved softly, very little. It was a bunch of people are saying it was rapid. The furniture moved. Yeah, they're still saying 5. Now they say 4.9. Now they say 4.9. Anyways, just letting you know about this. Hang on. I'm going to give you a link to the to that site. I like it's a good that USGS is a very good site, obviously for earthquakes, but EMSC is good as well. I'll put a link to the EMSC site here. EMSC. It says 4.9, offshore Aragua, Venezuela. 11 minutes ago. I'll post a link to their site in the chat right now. You can look it up, EMSC. Did USGS post about it yet or not? Let's see. It is not on USGS yet. Ooh. Hold on. CBS News' Camilo Montoya Galvez says they are in La Guaira. Have to keep an eye out for their reports. Thank you to our members, MTCA Patriot and Katie, our member, 9291, and Sydney, our member. And I want to thank our moderators too. But first, thank you to A Cup of Tea, please, for subscribing on Twitch. And Kendra Fox for your support on Twitch. 54A1NT for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you. And also all of our moderators, I really appreciate it on Twitch. Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie on Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Surly Dev. On YouTube, Ruth Beth Mythical. Over there, thank you for moderating there. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. Oh, I never told you the results of the Facebook poll. On Facebook, we did a poll about whether you thought Iran would retaliate for the U.S. strikes. Most of you said yes. On Facebook, it was 87% yes. Thank you to our Facebook moderators too. Paul Anderson, Kay Lowry Body, Michael Fergal, thank you. Also, hold on a second here. Thanks to Michael Fergal for the Facebook stars. Hold on a second. What is it? I hate this. What is going on with this? All right, there we go. Oh, I have an update. I have a statement from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. Breaking update. News update. Statement from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. New statement. The IRGC Navy responded to America's aggression and breach of promise. Following the Israeli regime's ceasefire in southern Lebanon a few hours ago, the treaty-breaking American regime, as always, violated its obligations and launched an airstrike on the coast of Iran under various pretexts, citing a ship violating an unauthorized route in the Strait of Hormuz. In response to this aggression, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps struck the U.S. terrorist army's deployment points in the region. That's what they're claiming. I don't know if this is actually true. Hang on. According to Article 5 of the Memorandum of Understanding, Islamabad has arrangements for the controlling traffic in the Strait of Hormuz with the Islamic Republic of Iran. However, the U.S., by inciting various parties, sought to violate this commitment, for which the necessary response was given, they say, and this will continue to be the case. In the event of repeated aggression, our response will be more extensive than this. So they're claiming that they've responded to the U.S. attacks, the U.S. strikes. I don't know if this is the case. Okay, this is what they claim. They say the Iranian Revolutionary Guard claims that in response to the new U.S. strikes on Iran, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy struck the U.S. terrorist army's deployment points in the region. Have not seen any other reports yet of Iran carrying out new strikes. Then you see right there, it says, in response to this aggression, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy struck the U.S. terrorist army's deployment points in the region. All right, so that's what they claim. I don't know that they actually did. Maybe they did. Maybe they fired some missiles somewhere. I don't know. Or maybe they fired some drones at some targets at some U.S. base or something. I don't know. I haven't heard any reports of missiles being. Sometimes, if they launch missiles, you hear reports of this. I haven't heard reports of missiles being launched by Iran. Vampy thinks it's propaganda. Again, I don't know that they've actually launched any new strikes. Lester Brown says Iran fired first on cargo ship. Yeah, we've been talking about that for hours now. We've been talking about that. We read you the statement repeatedly from the U.S. military that said that they struck. Actually, it literally says in the headline, U.S. strikes Iran in retaliation for Iranian attack on cargo ship. That's what the U.S. said they did. It's in the headline. So I don't know if this is a way for Iran to say they struck back without actually striking back. Who knows? See, I can't say whether the people in the poll who said Iran would retaliate, were they right or not? I don't know. All right, let's see if I have any more on this. But that's the statement from Iran. And Iran, I believe, I believe the Iran military or the Revolutionary Guard has not officially, they've not officially said that they attacked the cargo ship, right? But they did say that the cargo ship was violating an unauthorized route in the Strait of Hormuz. And they did say that the memorandum of understanding says that arrangements for controlling traffic in the Strait of Hormuz must be done with Iran. Actually, it says that the way this is written, it says the memorandum of understanding has the arrangements for controlling traffic with Iran. So they say they think that the memorandum says they're in control of the strait. I'd have to remind myself what the actual text says. It says, uh-oh. Here's the text right here. Wikipedia has it posted. Hold on a moment. Upon the signing of this memorandum of understanding, Iran will make arrangements using its best efforts for the safe passage of commercial vessels with no charge for 60 days only from the Persian Gulf to the Sea of Oman and vice versa. That's through the Strait of Hormuz. The traffic of commercial vessels will immediately start. In considering the need for removing the technical and military obstacles and demining by Iran will be instated within 30 days. Iran will conduct dialogue with Oman to define the future administration and maritime services in the Strait of Hormuz in discussion with other Persian Gulf coastal states in line with applicable international law and the sovereign rights of coastal states of the Strait of Hormuz. So, I mean, you could interpret that multiple ways. You could say, well, the rights of the other states make it so that Iran can't control it. Or you could say it says that Iran can control it. But Iran says that it is in control and that everything going there needs to go through, and everything going through the strait needs to be approved by Iran. This was an article yesterday from the Washington Post where they said, this was before the U.S. government said that Iran had attacked a ship yesterday. The Washington Post yesterday said Iran attacked a cargo ship on Thursday as it tried to pass through the Strait of Hormuz along a new route promoted by a UN maritime agency, dashing hopes that shipping traffic might have found a narrow passage through the ongoing blockade. Two U.S. officials said a Singaporean flagged ship was attacked by Iran, with one of the officials saying the vessel was hit by an Iranian drone. The U.S. military said it was hit by a drone in their statement today. The ship suffered damage to its bridge, but no one was injured, according to the UK MTO. Iran yesterday had issued a warning about using the new shipping lane. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy said in a statement yesterday that safe passage through the strait was limited to routes designated by Iran and that other routes were unacceptable and completely dangerous. Buck Tasty says, so some corporation decide to ignore the warning. Again, that ship, the cargo ship that was going through, that big cargo ship, I don't know if that was being escorted in some sense by the U.S. or not. Terrell says, I guess America has to show who's in control instead of talking. Jar Jar Jeff says only matters if insurance providers are scared. Oh, JD Vance posted. JD Vance says, Iran signed a ceasefire agreement. We have honored it. If they have disagreements about how the memorandum of understanding is being applied, they can pick up the phone. But violence will be met with violence. Carlos Guerin says memorandum of misunderstanding. Timothy Whitley thinks the war is not ending anytime soon. So remember, they're supposed to be in this 60-day negotiating period. What if they don't reach an agreement at the end of the 60 days? What's going to happen then? What if they can't reach an agreement on, for example, who controls the Strait of Hormuz, or what's going to happen to Iran's highly enriched uranium? Patricia Canada thinks this is going nowhere as it is. I did see something yesterday, which I thought was interesting, a report from the Wall Street Journal. As I mentioned, Iran claims that it has fired in response to the U.S. attacks today. Iran said that it launched, what is their wording? Iranian Revolutionary Guard said they struck the U.S. terrorist army's deployment points in the region. Now, interestingly, there was an article that came out yesterday in the Wall Street Journal. And what the Wall Street Journal reported yesterday is they said that the U.S. Navy base in Bahrain had been hit during the war with Iranian missiles and drones, which caused extensive damage that the U.S. had not publicly acknowledged. They say that the U.S. Navy base in Bahrain was repeatedly targeted between late February and June, the Wall Street Journal. And they say extensive damage has been caused there, including the command headquarters and at least a dozen other buildings. The U.S. had evacuated most personnel, and they say nobody was killed at the base, according to the military, says Wall Street Journal. Now, it's interesting because, over the last few months, sometimes I would see reports from different social media accounts I follow claiming that there was an explosion at the U.S. Naval Air Base in Bahrain, and I'd be like, how can I tell if that's true? I don't know. And sometimes you would hear Iran say that they had attacked a U.S. target in Bahrain, or maybe the U.S. base in Bahrain. And I could not tell, I couldn't verify it, but the Wall Street Journal is saying that a number of missiles and drones have hit that U.S. base in Bahrain. They call it extensive damage. They also say the extensive damage to America's sole naval base in the Middle East, plus hits to at least 20 U.S. sites across the region, has the U.S. reevaluating its entire footprint in the region. That's according to the Wall Street Journal. And in their article, you can check it out if you want, they have some satellite photos that show damage at some U.S. bases in the region. And in Bahrain, I guess. I'm just looking right here. Again, I'll direct you to the article if you want to see it. The article is called How Iran Devastated an American Naval Base and Caused a U.S. Recalculation. They say satellite imagery reveals for the first time the extent of what Iran destroyed at Naval Support Activity Bahrain base. Oh, did the USGS report? Yes, the USGS said the aftershock is a 4.7. Thank you, Israel Bishop. Okay, there we go. $4.7. That was about a half hour ago. Hang on. The USGS is now saying this aftershock was a 4.7. And interestingly, the EMSC had some shake reports from this aftershock. Yeah, see it says 4.7 there. And excuse me. It's an interesting map they have here. There. So what you can see is, can I make this bigger? There we go. There's a bunch of yellow and orange and red reports on there, which is interesting. Now, I don't know. Red is the highest level of shaking you can report. You know, orange is next. Yellow is, blue is 10th. Blue and green are more light shaking. So I don't know if, normally if you're going to see like a bunch of red reports, it's going to be higher than a 4.7. If you just showed me those colors and you didn't show me the magnitude, I'd say, well, that's like in the 6s or higher. But just from my experience in looking at these things, I also don't know if, for all you know, people in the region could be more sensitive than usual to the shaking because of the worries and stuff. So I don't know if that same earthquake had happened, say, 2 weeks ago with no big earthquakes before it, would you get these same numbers? I don't know. But again, normally, this is not a scientific analysis, but just from looking at these things, I feel like over time, these felt reports from earthquakes, normally to me, you don't get a bunch of red reports like that unless it's stronger than a 4.7. No, these are the shaking reports. That's exactly what this is. Look. Look at the bottom. Reported as, you can't see it. Not felt, largely felt damaging. This is literally a shake report map. Felt reports. It's how the shaking is felt. This one was 10 well, according to, they say it was 10 kilometers deep. That would be shallow. That's from EMSC. USGS says 10 kilometers deep. That can increase the shake. It increases the shaking when it's shallower, the shaking intensity on the surface. Not many reports here. Not many reports on USGS. Maybe people use EMSC more there. Anyways. U.S. Southern Command says, airlifting life-saving help to Venezuela. The U.S. military is transporting members of the State Department Disaster Assistance Response Team to support disaster relief operations in Venezuela. The DART is a crucial specialized unit that is coordinating with the U.S. government earthquake relief operations in Venezuela. Southcom is surging critical Department of War airlift, sea lift, and logistics capabilities to assist life-saving efforts in Venezuela in support of the Department of State. Now, Mira thinks 10 is the default posting until they establish actual depth. But I thought that earlier there was a different posting for the depth. So I'm wondering if that's the final assertion. Although I don't know. I'll keep an eye on it, Mira. Oh, update on the U.S. strikes. Update on the U.S. strikes in Iran. News update from Jennifer Griffin of Fox News. Hold on. Jennifer Griffin of Fox News says, according to a senior U.S. official, 4 targets were struck in Iran tonight. 6 U.S. aircraft were involved in the strikes. Targets were along the Iranian coast, bordering the Strait of Hormuz and Keshem Island. That is according to Jennifer Griffin. You know, I don't need my headphones on anymore. Hang on. I don't have any more lives, by the way, from, there might be something later tonight, but I don't have any lives at the moment from Venezuela. We were showing some lives from there earlier, but I don't have any at the moment. You know, give me just 1 minute here. Just give me one. I need 1 minute. I need 1 minute. Sorry, that thing shouldn't be up there also. App type. Bear with me. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back. I know that was a couple minutes. Sorry. And by the way, did I miss Black Hawk Command gave more memberships, right? Did Black Hawk Command get 100 more people memberships? Wow. Unbelievable. Guys, Black Hawk Command has given, I think, 600 of you I'm not joking. I think Black Hawk Command has given 600 of you memberships in the chat. Wow. That is extremely kind. By the way, O Bunny G gave some memberships too. Thanks, O Bunny G. Make sure you thank O Bunny G if you get a membership from O Bunny G. But Black Hawk Command has given, I think, 600 memberships to people in the chat today. I'm not making up. Plus, also gave some extremely other generous support to the channel as well. So, wow, incredible. So please thank Black Hawk Command if you got a membership. Yes, as Jesse James says, super generous. Look at all the new members in the chat. That's really nice of you. Thank you. It's great to see new members in the chat too. The Department of State says search and rescue teams from California and Virginia are in Venezuela helping with rescue efforts with more help on the way. These teams are supported by the U.S. military and are comprised of brave doctors, engineers, firefighters, and some well-trained four-legged friends. We did a bunch of coverage earlier today during the stream of the earthquake damage, and we were showing you some photos and some videos of it. The official death toll, I believe, is still 9. What was it earlier? Earlier today it was announced it was 9 something. And sadly, that's going to go up. 920. 920. Where is... Thanks also Byte Mode for the gift membership. Byte Mode, one of our moderators. Thanks, Byte Mode. Also, Gordo's 48 and Jeff TE88 are members. Where is... I'm going to show you, there's a couple more pictures here I want to get from AP. Let me just adjust the headline for a second so we can talk a little more about the earthquake. So AP has a report that says Venezuelans, I think that's somebody getting rescued right there. Rescued from the rubble, it says, after 2 days. Venezuelans take search for the missing into their own hands as earthquake death toll climbs. And there's a couple photos here that I want to show you, and I'll mention that is from La Guaira, and that's some of the pictures and videos from La Guaira are insane. So this is La Guaira here. Look at this. Look at the people. That's how big the people are. Okay, because I couldn't tell how big this was. Look at that's the people. Now look. And then there's this whole other building. I mean, this building is still standing, but look at this building up here. There's some people up here. Unbelievable. Debbie Griggs says, Jeff's horrific. And even this part is still standing up here, but I mean, look at all the damage. So, but United Bates says, that's insane. Nathaniel says, it looks like a nuke went off. There's a tire here. And then there's another photo here. This is also La Guaira. You know, La Guaira is just devastated. We showed you a bunch of satellite photos before showing you all these buildings, large buildings that were just collapsed that you can see on satellite photos there. Here's one. Looks like this is pancaked over here. Yeah, it's crazy. It's really terrible. They say Venezuelans took the search for missing loved ones into their own hands today, citing the scarcity of government rescuers as the human toll climbed to at least 920 dead. And according to a website, there's more than 51,000 missing, but you know, there could be duplicates on that website and that kind of thing. So I'm not, you know, I don't believe that that's a government number or an expert number. I think it's coming from a website. How many people have posted on a website that they're looking for somebody? Citizens digging through the rubble of their homes said they have seen few state rescue teams in the areas hit hardest by the earthquakes. Despite authorities projecting an image of robust government response. Aid agencies considered the first 48 to 72 hours to be a crucial time to retrieve people alive. It has now been 49 hours, roughly. Though that period can be extended if they have access to water. Oh, on Friday night, Venezuelan authorities announced they would block off access to La Guaira, the epicenter of the destruction, as chaos and traffic began to affect search efforts. Government officials said that those who wanted to enter would now have to seek official permits, but provided few details of who would be allowed to enter. We haven't seen much reporting from La Guaira, I'll tell you that. I'm going to post that. So I don't know if that's to keep, things clear for the searchers or if it's to avoid, coverage. I don't know. Now, some of our viewers think there's looting going on. I mean, there might be. I don't know. I can't tell. I haven't heard reports of it myself, but I don't know. Okay. Families across northern Venezuela, says AP, searched in the ruins of buildings for relatives and whatever remained of their lives. Nazareth Jimenez sobbed into the shoulder of a loved one as she watched neighbors try to cut through slabs of concrete with hammers and power tools in a building reduced to a mountain of debris. My God, how are we going to get them out of there, she murmured. This was in La Guaira, where some of the worst destruction unfolded. Jimenez was racked with anxiety as she waited to see if her siblings, nephews, nieces, and friends would emerge from the debris alive. We're making a call for help to the government and countries across the world, she said, pleading for machines that would be capable of moving collapsed structures. There are still people alive in there. The disaster poses a huge challenge for Deli Rodriguez, the former vice president under the Maduro government, who took office in January after the capture of Maduro by the U.S. Venezuela has been facing economic disarray for more than a decade, and many people reject the legitimacy of the political movement Rodriguez represents. Remember, the Maduro regime is widely believed to have stolen the previous election in, was that a year or two ago? In Venezuela. That was in, I think, July of 2024. Well, and what is the about 28 million people in Venezuela now? The International Organization for Migration said up to 6.76 million people in Venezuela could be affected by the quakes. Affected. Some 2 million of them in Caracas alone. Remember also, there's also buildings that are still standing but might not be safe to be in. Omar Reyes says, I've been left alone in this life. He walked through the rubble where 2 of his children were buried. He said around 20 family members died in the disaster. Just terrible. Traffic and throngs of motorcyclists at times also disrupted search efforts. Mexican soldiers and volunteers repeatedly had to ask for silence to try to hear signs of life under the rubble. But bikers, civilian and uninformed, often ignored the requests, honking horns and revved their engines to the frustrations of first responders. Oh, here's something about looting. In Katya Lamar, now people just might be desperate and not have anything. So up here it says, in the city of Maiquetía, people lined up outside convenience and grocery stores and pharmacies as the businesses served customers one by one behind closed doors. At one point, a woman in a crowd, desperate to keep a package of diapers, threw herself to the ground to protect the package with her body. In Katya Lamar, a community adjacent to the country's main airport, near the beach too, throngs of people began to loot basic goods such as toilet paper and food from stores. Others swarmed a civilian pickup truck that was giving out loaves of bread and water until a soldier intervened. People turned the parking lot of a pharmacy into a makeshift shelter by setting up tarps, hammocks, and tents. A few miles away, Yulidi Cadenas stood across the street from a collapsed public housing building. She hoped her son, mother, and brother would be pulled out alive. She fled barefoot from a collapsing nearby building on Wednesday and found her mother's 12th-floor apartment tower had pancaked. Yeah, and just terrible. There are so many large buildings that are just destroyed, just pancaked. Yeah, Patricia Canada says, what a nightmare. Jim Bobo says that. Jim Bobush says that. Yeah, this is bad. Well, I was going to see if I had any other video that had maybe come in during the day that I hadn't seen. Oh, I have a video from Caracas, people gathering outside a hospital looking for their missing relatives. I have a live shot from Caracas right now via AFP. Hold on a moment here. Give me a moment. I'm going to get this on the screen for you. People gathering outside Caracas's main city hospital looking for their missing relatives. Uh-oh. Hang on, it takes me a second to get it on the screen. All right, do we have it yet? Let's see. Yes. So this is again supposed to be in Caracas, Venezuela. I can see it right now. I can see the live shot right now. Hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. Here it is right here. That's a hospital in Caracas. Wow. This is live. So, according to AFP, this is in Caracas, Venezuela. People gather outside the city's main hospital looking for their missing relatives. Terrible. And the ambulances come in. Oh, wow. I'm going to show you some drone footage. Guys, I have some drone footage here, some new drone footage that I'm purchasing the rights to because I really want to show it to you. Give me a moment here. Yeah, so let's take a look at this drone footage here. Okay? This is from La Guaira. So hold on. Now, I need to get this on the screen for you. I just saw this drone footage now. Now let me put it up on the screen for you. Is this it? Okay, here it is. I can see it. By the way, thanks again to Blackhawk Command. Very kind of you, all your support for the channel. Greatly appreciated. Also, the Christian Fight and Thunderstorms for You and Mind Forge 1984. All right, I want to show you this drone footage here. I haven't even watched it all myself. I just got it in. All right, so just give me 2 seconds. I'll put it up there on the screen for you. Okay, now this is via Reuters, via Anadolu Agency, but via Reuters. Okay, here. This is La Guaira. Hang on a second here. Now, what's the best way to display this so you can see it all? All right, I have not watched this yet. I've seen little pieces of it. This is, let me just put this on the screen here. Hold on, I got to do this. I got to do this. I got to move this out of the way. Drone footage from La Guaira, Venezuela, via Reuters / Anadolu Agency. Unbelievable. I mean, look at this. Look at the buildings. Look at the buildings. Hold on. I mean, we're going to have to watch this multiple times. Look at this. That building, that building, that building, that building. That's just behind my head. There's one missing on the ground. All of these buildings. Look at this. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Trying to fit it all, get it fit on the screen here. All right, so we got that. Maybe do this. Let me just get it fit here. Unbelievable. 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 This is, we're going to have to watch this again. This is just unbelievable. Look at this. This is workers. So if I'm seeing this right, this is an overhead shot. This is an overhead shot of, is this a building that's fallen on its side? Maybe a building that's fallen on its side. Give me 1 second. Let me just check. I just want to. It says that this is La Guaira. It says drone shots of destructed residential areas. Yeah, best I can tell, this is La Guaira. I'm just trying to figure out if there's an exact. Oh. Hang on a second here. Let me just check something here. Give me 1 second here. Yeah, so I believe this is La Guaira. You know, just to be clear, there's an article that comes with this that says that it just talks about La Guaira. That's why I believe it's from La Guaira. I don't know where else it would be from, really, but since it doesn't specifically say La Guaira, I'm going to say drone footage from Venezuela. But I am pretty confident it's from La Guaira. But I'm just going to clarify this, that I don't have an exact. I'm getting this footage via Reuters. It originally came from, I guess, the Presidential Press Office of El Salvador. Anyways, but I'm getting it through Reuters via the Anadolu agency. So let me just again go back to it here. But I'm almost positive it's La Guaira. So let's look at some more of this. So that looks like a building on its side, right? Because the people are on top of it, and you see like a bunch of air conditioners and stuff. Let's keep watching here. This is crazy. It's a building on its side. And I'm sorry to keep stopping it, but I just have to stop and look at what we're seeing. I mean, look at this. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That is unbelievable. That's a building that has fallen over on its side. Oops, sorry. What did I do? Up there, there's a typo, sorry, up here. So that looks like what, about a 10-story building that has just fallen over. And let's just look at it again. And just look at this. It's crazy. All of these buildings, all of them, in a row, this one, all of I mean, these are damaged too, but these look like high-rise buildings, or I mean, certainly high buildings. This one down here too. Who knows what else, but. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, it's like hard to even see what you're looking at here. I mean, these look like buildings that have been destroyed all through here. sorry. This looks like a helicopter. My brain just wasn't working. Well, I don't know. It sounds like a helicopter. When you see the zooming in, though, kind of seems like drone-like. But it does certainly sounds like a helicopter. I'm going to leave it from... I'll have to see if it says... Maybe it might be a mix of things. And again, just these. Now, some of these are probably different angles of the same area. Look at this. And I don't know, somebody asked about like shoddy construction. Somebody asked about shoddy construction. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the requirements were there. Were there lax requirements, or were buildings not built to code, or was this just like an unforeseen event kind of thing? But I also don't know if buildings are supposed to fall that way. Maybe the ground just gave way. I just don't know enough about it, but it's just crazy to see these buildings that basically have fallen over. It looks like some of them. They're on their sides. Byte Mode said, can any construction take two big quakes in succession? I just don't know, but a number of these have just fallen over. And look, I mean, this is also, there's plenty of places like, that looks like some sort of house that's just collapsed, and it's harder to see when it's higher up, and then this is just looks like it's destroyed and it's crooked. And there's also plenty of structures when you're actually on the ground and you see them, you realize, it's just totally devastated on the inside. That building is insane. Here, I'm going to play this again. Again, it's from Anadolu and Reuters. And like, I mean, this one, look at this one down here. I don't even know what that is, but that just looks like a giant building collapsed. And I don't even know what was here. Crazy. Yeah, that is really insane. This is like several buildings that just one after the other are just, I don't even know how to describe them. They're just falling over, and these look like they're all falling over. Right? And just they're literally walking on top of the sides of the buildings. Yeah, Mindforger said there could be thousands of people there in that one apartment block. And I don't even know what this build. Look at this building over here. So I don't know what this was, but that is just that looks like a big building that's just, you know, flat basically. And even a building like this. Look at this. No idea what this building was either. People are walking on top of the building. Unbelievable. Yeah, this is just stunning. One of our viewers said ZZZAACC mentioned the possibility of soil liquefaction. Now, I don't know if that's what happened there, but you can see here the USGS says, if I can get to the page is not working. Here it is. What is liquefaction? Liquefaction takes place when loosely packed waterlogged sediments at or near the ground surface lose their strength in response to strong ground shaking. When the dirt basically loses its strength. Liquefaction occurring beneath buildings and other structures can cause major damage during earthquakes. This right here is a hospital. That's a live shot of a hospital, the main city hospital in Caracas, Venezuela, where people are reportedly trying to find their loved ones. Looking for their missing relatives. Yeah, that footage is really crazy. And that footage is one area. I don't know how many areas are like that. Yeah, just so you know, so I thought it was a drone, but the actual when I got that footage, the document that comes with it, the description describes it as drone shots. But I think from the sound, it sounds like it might be helicopter shots. It says various drone shots of destructed residential areas following earthquake. Oh, Horario, I can't read it. Para Tomar, is it say Tomar? I have to make it bigger. Schedule, no, I can't, it's smaller on my screen. One of the viewers translated it. I can't see it quite here. Oh, is it Alimentes? Is Alimentes or something in bebidas? Food and drink? Horario para donor. Oh, hours to donate food and drinks? Alimentos and bebidas? Hours to donate food and drinks? Yes, I think that's what it is. Some of our viewers are saying that too. 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. So it looks like maybe a donor center. But again, we see it's clear. We see ambulances pulling up there. We see looks like hospital workers. AFP says this is people gather outside the city's main hospital looking for their missing relatives. By the way, shout out to our moderators. There's an ambulance right there. Ruth is moderating. Beth Mythical, Bite Mode, Leslie Ladyhawk, all moderating. Ambulances keep pulling up there, sadly. Kay Lowry Body is moderating. Paul Anderson's been over there. Michael Fergal has been there. Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Surly Dev on Twitch, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Thank you to the Satori. The Satori thinks the buildings fell sideways because the ground moved that far that quickly, and it took out the bottoms from underneath them wild. That's what the Satori thinks. Thanks Bite Mode for the membership. Thanks Braden Kemp. The Christian Fight. Thank you. Thanks for the suggestion, the Christian Fight. Your suggestion has been noted. Israel Bishop and Susan Ray Silvestri. And Thunderstorms. Thunderstorms for you. Mindforge. Gordo's 48. Again, Black Hawk Command. Thank you so much. And I'll show that drone shot again, which is crazy. I'm just checking a couple things here. Give me a moment. Thanks for your patience. Let me just show that drone shot again. Again, it's crazy. This is a some drone footage here, which I believe is from La Guaira. And I just want to put this up again because it's really striking, the damage. So that's going to be here, there, there. And it's really crazy. From Reuters and Anadolu. I mean, it looks like probably more like it looks like helicopter footage, not drone footage. I'm sorry. You know what I'll say? Somebody might have mentioned this. It's very possible that the sound is just thrown on to the video after. Because the sound seemed to be the same throughout the video. So it is very possible that we saw a bunch of drone shots and that the sound was just thrown on by whomever. Again, or that they just took some of the sound from a helicopter shot and just looped it. Because it's different shots. The video is described as drone shots. And I believe this originally came from the El Salvador presidential office, but this was, again, I got it through Reuters, who got it from Anadolu Agency. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's actually drone footage, a lot of it. But it seems strange that I think it might just be audio for the purpose of having something on there, which it should say, by the way. I don't know that it says that on the actual video, but I didn't see it there. But that'd be my guess, is that because it just doesn't make sense otherwise, I don't think, really. Anyways, it says natural sound, but it doesn't really sound like natural sound to me. But who knows? But again, this is just, and as one of our viewers said, this is only a small part of the damage that you're seeing here. Bear Mom says it just laid down like Jenga or dominoes. See, even this, it's like that looks like it was a big building, and it's just there's a pool there, and it's just on its side. And I don't even know what this was back here. Ramen says one neighborhood. Now, not every neighborhood is necessarily going to be like this, right? So I assume it's one of the worst hit ones, but I don't know what the extent is there. This is just crazy. Texas said sad. Yahira says it's so sad. Oh, I think I found where this originally came from. Where is it here? Sec Prince Sec Prince ASV. Yeah, they didn't post this on their. I see the account. They posted a photo of it. The press secretary of El Salvador posted a photo on X from this video, but the video itself I got from. Oh, did they post the whole thing? No, they posted, I think, a minute of it. Oh, I can see it here. Oh, yeah, they posted a clip of this on their social media. A shorter clip. I can see it here. At Sec Prensa SV on X. At Sec Prensa SV. Give me a moment here. Just want to keep an eye on that for later. And then here is the hospital again from in Caracas. Some people were asking about Iran. We spent a bunch of time covering Iran earlier. I don't know that I'm going to go over it again because I will just be going over things that we already covered. But you can rewind and watch the Iran coverage. The U.S. struck a number of targets in Iran after Iran yesterday attacked a boat with a drone, a cargo ship with a drone that was going through the Strait of Hormuz that from what Iran said, they implied they attacked it because they didn't directly take responsibility, Iran, but the Revolutionary Guard implied it was because that the ship was going through a route not approved by Iran. When you look in Google Earth, walk around before the carnage, some tall buildings are gone, says creative content. I'll show you that site again where people are reporting people missing. Oh, there's more video here. Hold on, guys. Hang on. I want to show you something else. Hold on. So there is video from the press secretary of the office of the presidency in El Salvador, and they posted some more video. If I can find it here, just a few minutes ago. Thought I had it here. Here it is. It says the group USAR El Salvador is deployed in the state of La Guaira, one of the most devastated zones of the earthquake. They say that they were sent by President Nayib Bukele. So if I can just throw this up, this is from, again, the press secretary account in El Salvador, of the president of El Salvador. And just to show you some, I don't want to play there's music on it, I think. So I'm going to just play the video. Is this it? No, there might have been a different one I wanted to play. That's people searching. No, the one below it. The one below it, this one, here. There's more video that they posted right here. It says, without rest, they are working to rescue victims in Venezuela. Each minute that passes is crucial in the search for the survivors. So this is some more video that was posted by, again, El Salvador government, just showing you, I mean, there's a building that's tipped over there. That might be the building we saw before. Some of this looks like similar to what we saw before, but I think there's some that's different. Yeah, I mean, look at this here. Just rescuers on top of debris. Yeah, here's another one of just, looks like a house that's been over on its side there, or I mean, an apartment building. Anyways, you know. It's really terrible. I'll repost some of the footage I showed you. They posted a little earlier today, some of it. Now, I just reposted it on my X account, and I'll post a link in the chat if you want to see it. Oh, what is this? CNW said a bridge in between Carabellada and Macuto in La Guaira has collapsed following the aftershock. That's what CNW says. I can't see the collapsed bridge. Oh, now I was going to mention again that website where people are posting about people missing. I did want to mention that again. Here, I'll post the link in the chat to the missing person site. Sherry Abney says hospitals need a lot of help. Some have collapsed. I wouldn't be surprised if some collapsed. I'm not aware if that has happened. This here is a hospital in Caracas, but it also looks like a donation point too. Yeah, so as an example, I'm not going to show it, but some people mentioned this in the chat. I had mentioned this site here where people are reporting people missing. And I'll just do the translation thing here. It's from I'll put the link in the chat, but it's a Venezuelan site where people are reporting people missing. And you can see here, people post photos and they post information, and it's really terrible about where people were and what they look like and that kind of thing. And you can go through and search. Now, some people, I guess, told me in the chat that like, hey, Steve, some people have posted you on there, which I wish people wouldn't do that. I mean, I don't know why this is a site devoted for people who are trying to find their loved ones. So why are you posting joke stuff on that site? It's just like going to make it harder for people to find their loved ones. So just seems, yeah, like it says, Ramen says lame. Yeah, it just seems pretty lame to be posting crap on a site where people are just trying to find their loved ones. Anyways, that aside, but what I've been saying though is, 53,000 posts there, 53,000 people, still no contact. But what I was saying is, there could be a bunch of duplicates, for example. And I don't know that they're going through and, verifying all of these in some sort of way. So, there's a lot of people reported missing. You can see this says 11,000 have been located of the 64,000 reported. But I don't know that, there might be a bunch of these that either, could be, again, it could be duplicates is one thing. Some of them could be fake, so like the people who are posting obvious joke ones. But there's plenty of legitimate looking posts on there. But I would be careful about the exact number. But you can go through, and it's really sad, and look through some of those, And there's the hospital shot at Caracas, which again, it's a hospital, but it's also, that appears to be a donation area at the hospital. Jennifer Griffin said 4 locations had been targeted in Iran that were near the Strait of Hormuz. She's with Fox News. Four targets were struck, according to Jennifer Griffin of Fox News. All right. Let me just take a few more comments here. Karma's King sent me a Google Earth shot. Yeah, just to be clear, the Google Straight View stuff, that I think Karma's King thought it was where the drone view was. I cannot show. It is copyrighted to show. I've actually talked to Google about this. I cannot show the Google Street View and Google Earth Street View photography. So I'm sorry about that, but I cannot show that on the channel. But I appreciate you sending it in. What happened to the audio here? Hang on, I'm just checking for some things here. All right. Here's what I think I'm going to do. Hold on a second here. Yeah, so we've been on the air a while. I think at this point I'm gonna start. I need to eat something right now, so I think I'm gonna start wrapping up the stream. But if there's big developments tonight and whatever, I can always come back on the air and do another stream. But I really appreciate people joining us for the live stream today. And as I've said before, thoughts with the people of Venezuela. It's just that the numbers are going to go up of the people dead and injured. It's terrible. We've shown you drone footage there. It's really terrible. And again, play like in the Guaira state. I just don't think we have a great sense for just how bad it is because there hasn't been that much coverage from there. But a lot of buildings just totally collapsed. We were showing you some satellite photography earlier and drone footage showing all these really big buildings just collapsed. So what I'll do here is say just if you missed the coverage of the Iran stuff, you can rewind the broadcast and check that out. Or if you want to see some of the footage and the drone footage or the photographs we were showing earlier from Venezuela, you can rewind as well. But it's really terrible there. So in Venezuela, and I'll be keeping an eye on Venezuela. I'll be keeping an eye on Iran. And again, if there's very big news, I can come back on there and do another stream. But I really appreciate people tuning in. A lot of people have been sending me updates and posting updates in the chat and letting me read your comments and questions on the air to thank you. So thank you. Oh, I do want to mention something. So yeah, I'm not aware of an official donation site for the Venezuela earthquakes. And as I said before, if like the Venezuelan government gave one, I could see some people, for all I know, some people would be resistant to just giving money to the Venezuelan government. I don't know. But what I was saying before is there are some different organizations that have funds, established organizations for Venezuela. I would just, as with any kind of tragedy, if you're going to donate, I would, make sure you do know something and do a little research about who you're donating to. A place that I made a donation to last night, and this is just, I'm just, if you want to research them, you can research them. I have before, when tragedies happened, used this place called Global Giving, which is a well-known, I would say, charity organization. They're on Charity Navigator. You can look them up there. But they have a Venezuela earthquake relief fund. It's called Global Giving. So if you want to read about it, just look up Global Giving and you can read about it and do your research about it. But No Safe Route said they made a very generous donation to some sort of fund for Venezuela. So that's just one place you can look. But I would, please, if you're interested, research it and see if or any other place. But just be careful about, there's always, sometimes there are people who try to take advantage of these situations. So just, but that's one place. One of the viewers had asked me about what I had mentioned. Fred Withrow had asked me about the place I had mentioned. That's the place I had mentioned before. But there's plenty of other organizations out there. So you should feel comfortable if you're donating with the organization you're donating to. But that's one you can read about. Okay. So no safe route says only 2 times in my life I've sent major money, this time and when Japan had their disaster. Hey, so I will post updates about these stories when I'm not on the air on my X account, which is @Lookner on X. You can follow me over there for news updates, breaking news updates @Lookner. And if you want to know when we're going live, subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. I would suggest turning on our notifications. We have a notification system that works very well through Discord. It's free. You can sign up once and you get sent a notification whenever we go live. So those are the best notifications, the Discord notifications. So the mods will post a link to those notifications in the chat. You can also find the link to sign up for the free notifications on YouTube and Facebook in the description of this broadcast. I did notice that on YouTube, because I did some testing myself. On YouTube, if you get notifications if you have notifications set up on YouTube for YouTube, and you want to get them on your phone, you need to go to the settings on your phone, on the YouTube app, and then into the settings. And then you have to click on, what is it? Subscriptions. Like, because I was signed up for notifications because I like to just see them when they go out for the channel to make sure they're going out. And I wasn't getting them on my phone. And I was like, why am I not getting the notifications for the channel? So I went into the app on YouTube app on my phone, and I realized that in mobile notifications, you have to check subscriptions. Notify me about activity from the channels I'm subscribed to. So if you want to get them on your phone, for example, on YouTube, look at the app. Just any of these platforms, you might have to adjust your settings. But the best ones are the Discord ones, so that's the easiest way to get notified. I'm going to thank some people in a second here, but as we see ambulances keep pulling up at the hospital here in, I don't know what that is. That says PCMBI Aragua 4. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that bus was helping to rescue people or transport people or what. Anyways, I don't know. The bus is backing up. But I really appreciate people joining. Oh, and I want to thank our mods as well. We've had so many people in the chat, and we can only have our chat rooms because of our moderators. And I really, really appreciate all of our moderators being here to make sure the chat stays respectful and under control. People like Beth Mythical and Ruth over there on YouTube, and all of our other YouTube moderators today, Byte Mode and others. And on Twitch, moderators like Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Thank you, and all of our other moderators there. Paul Anderson, K. Lowry Body, Darren Charlo, Michael Fergal over there on Facebook, Linda Belglary, Misha on X. Thanks to all of our moderators so much. I probably should have stayed more hydrated today, so I apologize about that next time. And I want to say, hey, thanks to a couple people I didn't thank before. Ramen in My Tum Tum, thank you for the memberships and for your support. And Lidwine Elizabeth, thank you. OG2T, thank you. Jesus UCSB, who says, anyone that jokes around with the missing people site needs help. And also a thank you to Persisting Anomalies for subscribing on Twitch, and Kendra Fox for your support on Twitch, Nico Jita for subscribing on Twitch. And again, a huge thanks again to Blackhawk Command, who gave, I want to say Blackhawk Command gave like 700 people memberships. I'm not making that up. And also, you know, gave others very generous support to the channel. So extremely kind of our viewer, Blackhawk Command, and that was really nice of them. So thank you again. And thank you for supporting the channel. Let's see here. Oh, also for those on X, another good way to find out when we're live, if you're on X, is to follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I always post there when we're going live. I post updates about the channel there at Agenda Free TV. And we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. And it's our Discord chat. It's free. A bunch of our viewers like doing that. It's moderated, thanks to our moderators in the Discord chat. I appreciate it. And if you want to check out the Discord, the chat, the free chat, it's the same link as the free notifications link. And for those of you who watch on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications. The way you do that is subscribe to the channel and then click the notifications bell and choose all notifications. Subscribe, click the bell, and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you click the bell and choose all notifications. But if you want to get them on your phone, you should go into the YouTube app and make sure you have the subscription, get notified for subscriptions, channels you subscribe to in the YouTube app, in the notification center, in the notification section of the YouTube app on I know it's complex, on your phone. So they do work. It just, you might have to do a little to set them up. Also, hey, I want to shout out, I'm sorry I didn't get to you before. Oops, give me a second here. By the way, hold on a second here. I was just hearing that it's possible that tomorrow that there might be a Reuters stream from La Guaira. So that's possible. We'll see. Maybe we'll start seeing some more media there. I'm not sure. I'll get you some more information about there. I do want to thank our Twitch subscribers. Yeah, the Iran strikes were about, what, 3 or 4 hours ago. If you go on my X account, you can read it there. Again, reportedly 4 targets struck by the U.S. on the coast of Iran near the Strait of Hormuz in response to Iran striking a cargo ship yesterday in the Strait of Hormuz with a drone. That it's believed to be a ship that did not coordinate going through the strait with Iran. Thank you to Kendra Fox for subscribing, Hugh J, Seed Music. By the way, if you want to see some posts about what, you can either rewind or you can go to my X account and you can check there. I've been posting some stuff about the strikes there if you want to go over that if you missed it. Thank you to all of our Twitch subscribers, My Florida, Seed Music, Kendra Fox, Hugh J, Chi-Town Bear, Allistic, Dowfeem. Sorry we didn't get to this earlier. No Goal, Big Ball of Yarn, Graybeard Games, Sandy Doggo, My Florida, Later Gent, My Mind Spray, Dilge Warren, The Ouch Ouch, Miss Jackpots, Jimble. Oh, thanks Jimble Kimball for watching. T Wiki, thanks for subscribing. These are all of our a bunch of our subscribers over on Twitch. Travrake, Sarah, Burge56. Thank you. Thanks Kendra Fox for your support. You know, by the way, I didn't even get to do it. A couple nights ago when we were covering this, I missed it. I don't even know if I can find this here anymore. Let's see, where is this? Can I find it? Yeah, W. Lanka Belvergessen gave, I believe, a day or two ago, 100 people gift subs in Twitch. I'm not joking. So I wrote them a whisper on Twitch, the messages on Twitch to thank them because I had not seen it. It was so busy during the stream. So I really appreciate their support. Thanks also to our Facebook subscribers who subscribe and support the channel over there. Dolly Clark, Diane Allworth, Michael Clayton, Kay Lowry Body, and all of our other Facebook subscribers. Thank you. Also, our YouTube members. There's a lot of new ones after this broadcast. Thanks to Blackhawk Command. People like CAC, Lisa Sawyer, Opala, JK Sinar, Alex78, SNN, Idaho Sweet Seringa, Nanijan RYA, RVA, Schoolbro, and Paula Faust, Ron Lolordo, Paula, Dorm Machine, Darcy Do That. Thanks for being members. Turned Off, Gregory Scherer, J.K. Sinar, John Turpin, The Knight's Palace, Bluesy Girl, Bill Green. Thank you, all of our members and everybody else for tuning in. Paula Faust, Alex78, Seed Music, and Wisco Joe for subscribing on Twitch. So, again, I'm going to be keeping an eye on things. And as usual, you know, if there's some big development, we can always do another stream tonight, and maybe we'll get some more. Did I think persisting anomalies for subscribing on Twitch? I think I did. So if not tonight, you know, maybe there'll be some more updates tomorrow about that can give us more information about what's going on there in Venezuela. But it's really terrible. Really, really bad. Sadly, I just, you know, just seems like the death toll could go way up. All right. So thoughts with those in Venezuela, and shout out to all of the responders who are trying to rescue people and help people and take care of people there, and people from and all the resources from other countries coming in there. So so that is it for right now. I appreciate you watching, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.